Hola, sí, ara escolta, no? Ahora sí.
Wonderful. Good morning and welcome to this first conference on circular economy and sustainable restaurants and catering. This is almost the continuation of two previous international symposia. My name is Sergio Gil. I'm the president of the Foundation for Sustainable Restaurants. We had organized several national sessions and we ended up becoming a foundation, and later we will talk about the goals of these foundations and the main lines of work we have. And let me mention that the main purpose of this conference is to reach some conclusions that will help us understand what circular economy and sustainable restoration, restaurant industry or catering industry is. I need to thank Mario Cañizal and Alberto Navarro because 5, 6 years ago, nobody was talking about circular economy, and hardly anyone was talking about sustainable restaurants and circular economy. And they were pioneers in this, and we would like to create a little bit of discussion on the topic. I thank the speakers for having accepted to join us in this conference. They are outstanding in their experience and know-how, and we hope to provide a holistic view and embrace lots of your comments and your contributions. I would like to give the floor to Luis González Baqué, who's the president of the Latin American Association for Food Rights, and he's former director of the Interior Market and Services at the European Commission. We are extremely grateful for him to be here. I would like to welcome microphone, please. It is an honor for me. It's a great honor and satisfaction for me. A great satisfaction and almost as important as an honor to be here with you personally and with you from your homes and offices. To welcome you to Barcelona, let me use a quote from a Spanish author, Cervantes. In the second part of the Quixote, he says Barcelona is the archive of courtesy. It's a hospital for the poor. It's the homeland for the brave. It's the avengers of those who have been offended, and a home for great friendliness and friendships. I think that this is unanimously known. Friends from Barcelona are very solid friends. And finally, Don Quixote says to Sancho Panza, and a place for beauty is Barcelona, of unique beauty. And I think that the city of Barcelona and its people could not expect a better description of what Barcelona is than what Cervantes wrote.
English and is also attending this meeting here or home in his or her computer. I also welcome them to Barcelona, and if Sergio allows me, I also invite to come to Barcelona, where not only we have interesting venues like this one, but also we have very good food. So, and we have a beach also fantastic. About 10 minutes from here, we have a very nice beach in the Mediterranean. So attend this Congress, but also whenever you can come to Barcelona, you will be welcomed. I per acabar aquestes benvingudes, també molt curt i en la llengua.
And to conclude these greetings, and in our own language, in Catalan, says the speaker, be welcome. I wish you a very fruitful session. I would like to congratulate the organizers. I've seen the panel of speakers and panel discussions, and I'm sure we will learn plenty. So here you are to draw some conclusions, to work first before the conclusions, and I encourage you to participate very actively in all of this. In my long experience, although I'm very young, about 18, 19 years old, in my experience in such a conference, it is not so important what you hear from us, but rather what you can contribute, especially in such a beautiful profession, such an enriching profession as having a restaurant. So don't be afraid. I will not be a competitor for any of you. I'm at a stage of life where all I want is just some soup and some broth. But let me say that I am impressed by the panel of speakers, and on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank them for their willingness to participate and their availability. And I would also like to congratulate the Congress organizers for having chosen the circular economy as the red thread of this conference, because there are several good ideas. This is a simple idea, it's easy to understand if you simply look at the logo of the conference in a snapshot. It's a simple idea. I'm not saying it's easy to implement, but it's a simple idea. It is more ecological than ecology. It goes beyond an integration. It proposes not to waste not even a crumble of the wonderful world that surrounds us. So let me congratulate the organizers for having chosen this topic. And I said that already, but let me encourage you again to actively participate in this restaurant. If you allow me, I will start with the carrot and then I will move on to the stick. One of the goals is to be enriched as a person. I am not going to talk about climate change or the amount of natural resources wasted and so on, because televisions and newspapers have already overwhelmed you with all this information. But it is true on a personal level as citizens and not only as uh, hospitality industry professionals, you for yourselves, for your children, for your grandchildren, we need to preserve this planet that we have. So I think that this circularity entails an interesting advantage for you, for your business. Young people demand this circularity. But in any case, all businesses need to show respect. Young people, those who are part of your client base, embrace ecological ideas. They are all for preserving resources. So if you leave this conference with an idea of introducing, well, moving into the circular economy, then you are going to be better candidates for our grandchildren, which is quite far away, but and you are going to have a better image. I am against what some companies do, and greenwashing, for instance, the fact that we buy ecological cocoa and they send this actor who has his picture taken in this coffee field, and he gets €1 million and then he flies back home. No. However, the real circular economy is good for ourselves, for our planet, for future generations, and I am fully convinced that if you are circular, and that's going to be good for all of us. But as we all know, nobody is perfect. New laws are going to be passed, for instance, on food waste. And if we think about it, it's shameful. A third of all food produced is wasted. What a shame. It's been proven that in all the stages of the food chain, about a third of the food is wasted. In some cases, it's, I don't know, 29%. In other cases, it's 31%. Included the hospitality sector, restaurants and the like. You have, well, rather, we all have the challenge of plastic bottles and recycled products and so on. I am not going to get into trouble because I would then spoil. I don't want to steal the show to the excellent and more able speakers that will follow me. But if we become more aware of this globality and the need for a circular economy, the better. It's not going to be easy. But to conclude, let me finish with a challenge and a question. For example, I was lucky enough or unfortunate enough to live in the UK for quite a while, and I'm quite familiar with the Anglo-Saxon world, and for them, they they have less of a sense of embarrassment than for us than we Latins. they used to ask for a doggy bag if they would leave leftovers on the plate. So I don't know. I think we're still too embarrassed here in our country. It's one of the flaws of our culture, I would say. I don't know if you agree with me or not. I don't want to convince you. I simply want to leave the idea on the table. So I'm not sure if this idea of asking for a doggy bag or this idea of I don't know, as taking half an empty bottle home, or feeling snubby, too snubbish, or too posh to ask for a doggy bag. Anyway, let's hope we are able to overcome that feeling of embarrassment and so on. Thank you very much for having listened to me and not having thrown any tomatoes or potatoes to me, or onions, you name it. That would have been the right thing to do, let's admit it. So, thank you very much. That's all from me. I wish you three bad things: lots of work, and lots of work. But the three together become something good. Thank you.
Oye, Luis, yo hay una cosa que has dicho.
There's something you said that got me thinking. Some things that we do because we are too proud or we are embarrassed, not accepting, the doggy bag. Yeah, let me say that we sometimes have this feeling that we do just things to show off. We pay lip service to people and we try to look good. That's something we do in Barcelona and around Spain. And let me talk about greenwashing and doing things for the real reasons. Practicalities are leading us to draw philosophical conclusions. We are at our foundation, but we are really working for practical purposes, management issues, instead of thinking about the morale or morality of dealing with sustainability, because that's too childish. It would lead it to this to be simply empty words. So what we need is to go beyond this sense of pride, which has become some sort of, a pose in the virtual world. It's a way of simply posing. It's a simple pose that we often put up. So, thinking about what's real and about what's show offish, and about greenwashing, which is something that blurs our commitment as an industry and as a foundation, let me mention two things that happened this morning. One thing has to do with what we were discussing with Victor, who's going to speak later in the next panel discussion, where we will discuss the 25 restaurants of Barcelona along with Ivan. Javier Torres will be unable to come. He's not feeling well. But we were discussing and saying that the industry has changed. There's been a turnaround. We are in a conceptual change. Restaurants currently have an issue when trying to find workers. It hadn't happened for a long time, but now, after the stalemate of COVID-19, now people are finding it hard to fill their positions in the restaurants. Lots of people don't want to come and work with us because, they are considered to be slave drivers or slave traders to a certain extent in the restaurants, and we want, actually the solution for that is for people to feel at ease in our restaurants and to feel confident. If there's no economic sustainability, there's no sustainability of any kind. So we're facing a sort of a dilemma, a predicament, along the lines of what you mentioned, Luis. I woke up very early this morning. I come from far away, and at the radio I heard a question. Are we willing to stop eating meat to thwart climate change? This is so absurd. What has one thing to do with the other? What are we talking about when we talk about circular economy and circularity? If you allow me, a circular economy should be something like a smart economy instead of a linear economy. What a crazy idea. This has created a bubble that will have to collapse. But if we base our ideas on fallacies such as this predicament, this either or discussion, and we talk about complementarity and so on, we'll be at a loss. However, if we place sustainability and circularity as a noun, as a core of management, then we will be approaching a smart economy and we will be closer to reaching the pragmatic purpose, which consists of finding solutions for what we have to do. I am really grateful for those who have joined us. We are very happy to have 350 people connected online, and we are happy to welcome those who are in the room. So let's play hard and let's face up to the consequences, because this is not going to be a simple task. Commitments will entail heavy consequences. We are facing a very severe problem. To a complex problem, the simple solutions don't work. Sustainability is a simplification. I think the circular economy is a much better argument. The circular economy means that all actors should bring in proposals and solutions that would help others make the most of this problem. So let me start the conference now. Let's talk about management. Let's talk about practicalities. Let's talk about commitments, joint commitments, by the way, and let's stop voicing false ideas that are short-term views that simply try to point at fingers. So let's try to embrace and include everyone in this project, not only the elites. All are to be found in the circular economy. Our vertical is willing to do that. Almost 900 restaurants are already linked to our project. We have grown very quickly in the last couple of years. We will talk about the honorary sponsors and the board of trustees that we have. I invite you to participate and to speak your mind, and I would like to thank you all for being here. Welcome, and let's hope we can all draw positive things from this.
Sí, adelante, Federica. ¿Quién entra ahora? ¿Sí? Muy bien. Muy bien. Proyectamos y entra Federica Marciani.
Bienvenidas y bienvenidos también de mi parte.
Welcome. On my behalf, I'd like to ask Victor Quintilla and Ivan Enriquez to come to the front. Thank you. Can I have the pointer, please?
Y gracias, Sergio Gil, por
Thank you very much, Sergio Hill, for being with us in this panel discussion.
¿Qué te falta, Fede?
el pase para cambiar de diapositiva.
Ay.
No veía. Gracias. Gracias. Pues en la referencia, ¿vale?, a este protagonismo, ¿no?, que tiene la
About the protagonism in our sector, we considered starting this congress, by showing the outcomes of a scheme, of a program that has brought together several agents, and among them the Area Metropolitana de Barcelona, the AMB, and the City Council of Barcelona. And one of the main focus in the circularity of restaurants in the metropolitan area of Greater Barcelona is this ability to bring together a sector with their own voice and to bring it together through the approach that we have wanted to contribute to this project. And this initiative started on by mid-2019, and we have Armenio Colmenares from the City Council of Barcelona. I'd like to thank him because next to Mario Cañizal and Sergio Hill, for the first time, the idea of considering sustainability and the shift towards a circular economy in the restaurant industry was considered for the first time by giving voice to their protagonists, and doing so through our own methodology in our approach, which is applied anthropology. So we have set up a project following along the guidelines of these programs. The three ambitions of Ellen MacArthur: regenerative industry, eco-conception, and waste as a resource. And we have considered doing these from the two methodological parts of anthropology, through observation and interviewing. And through this qualitative data, and we have two testimonies of the 25 restaurants that are part of this scheme, but through these, creating the rigor that will enable us to design implementable strategies to shift towards a circular paradigm. And so I'd like to let you know first how we did this, how we worked. First, considering the will to share our own experience, and also on time as an output, because we know that restaurants have their own time as a valuable asset. And responding to a qualitative interview, a survey that was the foundation for an analysis for micro actions afterwards that could be done with the restaurants in order to have a series of indicators. Well, later we will get to see these in detail, but however, these indicators would enable us to look at sustainability and to certify if that is indeed a sustainable restaurant. We have heard Sergio Hill in his introduction and how he stressed the promotional versus the real dilemma, because we run the risk of debasing the word sustainability. And we need to make these more popular, but we should not render it more trivial. And so we need the rigor to speak about sustainability as an inclusive term, because any restaurant wanting to be included in this paradigm can have some specific actions that would let us have a given starting point, and hence their progressions and their advancements. But furthermore, laying the rules that enable us to discriminate and hence to visualize to what's being done right and what can become a model and an inspiration for other settings. As a matter of fact, this project, well, the core behind this project is precisely to validate these indicators with no background, with no precedents, because nothing has been done like that, which is based on an observation, which is based on interviews and hence qualitative data, and this is being replicated in Gipuzkoa, because a comparative analysis will allow us to review the reliability of independent indicators. And so our standards, which are set through this pilot scheme, will become the foundation of one of the goals in our foundation in 2022, to certify what a true sustainable restaurant is. The goal is to put this in practice, because of course nothing could be more practical than giving food to people, so nothing is more practical than the restaurant industry, and so the goal is precisely that, to come up with models with a bottom-up perspective. These 25 restaurants are placed on specific areas in Barcelona. In the urban Barcelona area and in 13 peri-urban areas in Collserola and the Marina mountain range, because in order to better come up with a meaningful core decision of sustainability, we need to set the starting point. We need to have the living snapshot that would enable us to have a clear outlook on where we are regarding sustainable management in the industry. So, sustainability still is, and this axis that will enable us to have this whole industry and to have a definition of the city and therefore of the country, because this will be pioneering, being ahead of what might happen later in the rest of Spain. And again, with a bottom-up approach, because it's not from governments to restaurants, but rather our approach here is from the very industry. Sergio Hill, he's a restaurant owner and a restaurant businessman other than a consultant, and so this closeness, this proximity, is what enables us to have the trust, so that they open their doors to you and you can get to know what's going on inside that restaurant, in the front office but also in the back office of a restaurant. So a more aloof and distant approach would not have been possible, and for that I'd like to thank nevertheless the governments, the local governments and regional governments, because they would help us in preventing any rejection to our approach on something which takes time and which might be disturbing your daily business, and so having also institutional measures that have had quite an impact on the industry. And we have realized about the upsetting that this has caused, because this was started back in 2019 when the pandemic was not even unthinkable, and we have had to carry this out at a very different moment in time than what it was at first designed. So circular economy and sustainability. What's the relationship between these two areas? There can be no circular economy without sustainability, but there could be a set of strategies and sustainable actions within the framework of an economy shifting to circularity. And so, this progressive, inclusive view, setting the guidelines and enabling through the wheel of being sustainable to move along the path through education and through expertise, hence adding up towards this path. And so this is what enables us to have the actors that want to be part of this. Sergio, you were referring on what circular economy is from a financial standpoint, and through the interviews, if we look at the meaning behind the restaurant owners and what they have conveyed to us, one of the things you realize is how circular economy identifies to being close to the area where you are. And I remember how some 4 years ago, when we started working together, the first definition of circular economy I got to listen was yours. And this is like back to origins, is this circle that makes you want to go back to point zero, to the starting line. So quite apart from the agonizing linear economy, rather a living system that tries to reconnect what the market has set us apart from. And on this shift in the system, in the industry, this forced need to reconstruct, to rebuild and rethink the industry, we need to do so in a circular way so that we have this 360 shift. Sustainability is seen from 3 different areas, from products, processes and people. On products, the restaurant owners say that there is a universal awareness on products, on management, and how they identify themselves with these as a cultural common ground that's universally recognizable, so that you can have a real story attached to it. There's no need to argue against these, and no surprises here when it comes to the results. But yet on processes, we have spotted that there is a pending need, an unmet need, which not only have to do with waste management, which should be taken for granted, because as a matter of fact, we have a strong detailed legislation, and it's not just management, but rather prevention or waste production. And so, and I'd like to hear afterwards to Ivan and Victor, I'd like to hear about this creative action in the circular economy to revalue waste, no matter the type, organic or not. But the most surprising result, maybe not so much, if we relate these to what we're going through these days, is the people dimension. Because what's being called for is the need to humanize sustainability. So, setting our sights on the only asset within any human activity, but all and specifically on this industry, on their team, on their people. And so, this includes both leadership but also team building, and also people contributing to having a bar, pub or restaurant. We often ask these with Sergio, who's owning this restaurant. Well, it's owned by the people, meaning that we are including the ones that enjoy this ride to the bar or the restaurant. Hence, our stress in these set of actions will be focused on capacity building, because only through knowledge transfer, through shared knowledge, we can have sound criteria on decision making. We are not to say which decisions are to be made, but rather we want to lay the proper ground for the right criteria to be there, so that there is a joint accountability. Because what's sought after even more now in this industry is commitment. A commitment that needs to work both ways, from employers and employees, but also to companies. And this intangible immaterial asset that's more difficult to attain, because how often have we not said about the purchasing of wheels? But at least you can manage to have the sense behind your own work to be felt. And once that is felt, you can attain this joint accountability. And a meaningful work, meaning a motivated working team, is a truly educated team. Now, if I may, let me clarify one thing here. When we both started this project, which is again a pioneering project globally, we considered developing, along with our partners, along with the restaurant owners, areas of circular economy within the restaurants. And what we realized is that, furthermore, we spotted, or we would design these final indicators to tell us what a truly sustainable restaurant is, even though this is an ongoing long-term discussion. And so it's very important that precisely 25 restaurant owners from Barcelona, and now 15 additional ones from Gipuzkoa, have this opportunity to participate. And Federica was saying, we are starting with people and we will end with people, because this is what we are looking at. There is no other choice. The open pit, this has been for long, where we have looked on how to use the society and the economy, is no longer there. So either we are sustainable or we will vanish. So hence this type of strategies that want to transform these two aspects. First, on the working conditions, and also considering that the P&L might be, or the bottom line, might have to be adjusted, but it is through this realistic approach that we started working on the indicators on what a sustainable or a not sustainable restaurant is. And as Federica was saying, this is something that we have worked on for long, and the three of us have. And the slow food movement has also been important in the produce, also with their own limitations. That's for sure. And sometimes even ghettoized. But when it comes to produce, this is something that's already set, and even more so considering that we have the coastline in Spain that enables to have this type of produce. And even after the Franco's dictatorship to develop, we yet are still a livestock, farmland country and fisherman country. So we have quite a strength here. And the topic of planet, considering the technology we have, and we have representatives here from Scandinavia and from Central Europe, and they have made significant advancements here, but we have the assets to make a significant shift there. But what about people? Now, who was willing to try and herd cats here? Because when we were starting on this project, and we've been there for 2004. Precisely what we can contribute is our experience regarding people, and we realized that there were only two indicators by looking at the MacArthur Foundation. First, on corporate responsibility, and then on green marketing. But other than that, there was no mentioning whatsoever. And here, from the city of Barcelona, we are betting on leadership, on balancing, on commitment, on justice, by trying to be ahead of the coming of the gathering storm, of the gathering issue. So I would say that this was probably worth a symposium of its own, but it is through this team building that we can have this done. It's the people telling us that it will work, it's not the methodology, and the people telling us, the informants, are really important when they tell us about the issues, in the financial issues and the restaurants, even more so in this dire situation that we've gone through. And we are overcoming this by having and by trying to create indicators that would really tell us what we are doing and not. That was only just my comment. Well, rightly so, the indicators, as you pointed out, the indicators that we have in different areas on processes, energy, water, supplying, processes, waste, and social aspect. So, making these indicators, so areas that can be measured and are related in the last part to people. More specifically on the actions, and it is important to look at the diagnosis of sustainability and circularity that we have performed on these restaurants, so that we could benchmark these. And you could look at these from a geographical viewpoint. And for instance, we have considered the urban and peri-urban restaurant, and we have looked into different gastronomical points and to have a broader scope for a more thorough analysis. And out of practical terms, we have what we have called the traditional, the innovative, and the laureated or awarded restaurant. And then depending on the distribution of assets, on the possibilities to undertake certain investments, we have some more reliable indicators when it comes to energy supply. But the topic is a line based on the awareness on water, on the possibilities for a proper management of water, which is indeed one of the raw materials in the restaurant industry. And we have, on the one hand, the use or reuse of rainwaters and grey waters, but this needs to be considered by the possibility to invest on it, but also the structural conditioning factors. We looked into this data, but waving in and considering the setting, the context for each of them. On supplying, one thing we have stressed is regenerative farming and the use of forestry products by working along with HR Colan Group, and they are not with us, but nevertheless I'm sure that they are following these through our streaming, and considering the gastronomical use on vegetation, on wild plants. By the way, this will be available to you all, and let me focus on the social before I give the floor to Ivan and Victor.
We have seen the need of comprehensive training and education. Looking at our teams, an important educational effort is identified. We need to look at the calendar. We need ongoing education, and today's webinar includes a discussion between and among universities, so that research and development centers and the academia can tell us about how they are looking at the lack of education in sustainable management of restaurants. Imagine what is going on with ongoing education or recycling education. What to say about that? This is a great unknown factor. How can we talk about new challenges? What kind of leadership is needed? What is effective? First of all, the kind of leadership need to be based on the ability to present a reliable, consistent and clear framework. You will see that among the indicators you have the final results. But these indicators should not be taken for granted, because the 25 restaurants that participated in this are like-minded. So it is very normal that these restaurants, like-minded restaurants, will have more resources, more vocation, but that's not representative of the average restaurant in Spain. We need to make a difference between high cuisine, high gastronomy. High cuisine is represented by the market and awards. High gastronomy, we can find thousands of examples across the country, and through R&D and they are able to reach this high gastronomy. So these are very often restaurants that are linked to our sphere, and they are already in this path towards sustainability, and we help them with that. So these indicators talk about the fact, well, are indicators of what their situation is. Some may have more resources, some may not have that many, but this is not representative of the high cuisine of Spain. So I think it's good if we start giving the floor to some examples and some practical examples of what is happening. So I will sit down with you, and we will start now with Victor Quintilla. He is the head of Lluerna. They work with seasonal zero-mile products. They always work on, emphasizing the importance of local raw materials, and they define their task as an ongoing improvement process. I don't know, Victor, would you prefer to stay there, or would you prefer to stand? Whatever.
Bueno, explicar, nosotros, vengo de Santa Coloma de Gramenet, allí tenemos una...
This is the Lluerna. We have two restaurants, Lluerna and Barberà. We have a gastronomic restaurant, and then a more popular daily work restaurant. In 2017, we started with a circular economy subsidy given by the European economy. We had an analysis done with points for improvement, and then we grew up from there. Let me talk about sustainability first. What is sustainability? It means to grow and develop by assuring today's needs without robbing future generations from their future. I think that this is, sustainability is often used as a buzzword, deprived of meaning, and we need to fill it with meaning. What about us? How we apply that to our cooking? Lots of people have been working on this very well. We need to emphasize zero mile, seasonal, and ecological raw materials and foodstuffs. Ecological meaning that they are, more respectful with the environment. We need to avoid food wasting. We need to control the amount of animal protein. It doesn't mean to ban it, but it means to know where it comes from and to have high quality animal protein, but to a lesser extent than we usually do. We should go back to the way our grandparents used to eat. We don't need to replace meat. We simply need to be more reasonable about the way we use it, and then using low energy impact techniques. We need to understand which techniques are less energy intensive, and we cook based on that idea. How do we do that at our restaurant? First of all, waste management. We identified that certain things were well done already, but we could improve a lot. We try to generate less waste instead of only managing waste properly. So we identified where most of our waste was generated. So with our farmers for many, many years, we are not using any disposable packaging. We keep the boxes, and these boxes are reused. They take them away when they bring more materials, and then they reuse them again. We identified, however, that we were not optimizing devices with fish, so we designed some boxes, and our fish supplier was able to eliminate styrofoam. We eliminated styrofoam 100%. We designed the packaging, and they started working with us, and we eliminated styrofoam. Nowadays, our supplier has their own packages and they use it with all other clients. It's the same thing. So what's the task of the restaurant? We need to simply clean those boxes and put them away until they're given back to the supplier. We've also eliminated Tetra Pak. We use glass bottles for milk, and we've also eliminated Tetra Pak for whipping cream. We also manage food waste in a very, very, very strict way. We already know how much we are going to waste, and we have someone from the team which is devoted to sustainability, and they try to be he tries to analyze how we can be more efficient in either we use those parts of animals and vegetables for our broth, or we include that in our staff menu. We work a lot with the family menu. Is for 20 people on a daily basis. Everything is very well organized, and as soon as we know how much food we're going to be wasting, either we add it to the restaurant next door or to the team menu. And we always work with production cards, and we work to the gram to avoid and we offer the right portion so that clients do not have the temptation of taking meals, part of their uneaten meal home. We try to use low environmental impact processes, and we established a washing machine with a closed water cycle, and we save 1,000 liters of water a day. So we have a pre-washing phase, then the pre-washing phase uses the water from the final cleaning stage. We reuse grey water, and it is extremely efficient. The water we offer at the restaurant is microfiltered, so we avoid the CO2 that would entail to serve bottled water. We also have ecological cleaning products. We also have a fat sensor in the washing system to dose soap accordingly. Compostable vacuum bags, they are being manufactured at the moment. We found a company that can make them. We try to avoid individual packaging for vacuum bags. Instead of a single portion, we do bigger portions. We have reduced the amount of vacuum cooking. We hardly ever do that to avoid this vacuum bags, to avoid generating this use of these bags. And whenever we do sous vide cooking, then we do that for the two restaurants, and in that way we optimize the ovens and the energy use. And we also have light sensors to prevent lights being left on inadvertently. We buy 0-mile raw materials, seasonal products and ecological products. We are the eldest slow food restaurant in Barcelona. We collaborate hand in hand with our suppliers. And what does that mean? Well, suppliers are our allies. We try to grow together. We agree on what they should plant every year. One part of their crops are for us, and we have the commitment to buy all their production, all their harvest from us. So we create this collective conscience, and we are happy to work with ecological growers and farmers. We work with people who do biodynamic agriculture, ecological agriculture, regenerative agriculture, and so on, and farming. So that's the kind of people we work with on a daily basis. Then what we do at the restaurant is important to convey it to others, and to talk to the rest of the team about how this can be explained to our clients. We work with the team so that we can create that awareness, so that we don't need to push them to recycle and to be efficient, so that they are the ones who actually lead the way. How do we do that at Luerna? People are at the center of our organization, and that has been so for many years. People meaning clients, staff, and suppliers. So we created an R&D space many years ago. We decided to close down on Thursday afternoon, on Thursday for lunch, sorry, and that's our working time. We create team dynamics. We have someone, an external person who helps us in our communication tasks. We want people to feel at home. We have ongoing training. People are coming in to teach our things. We also have a close relationship with suppliers. Either they come in for teachings and trainings, or we go to their facilities. The client experience is also discussed. We want to make sure that our clients feel comfortable, we are up to their expectations, and so on. And then we also have some creative work, and we do some research and creation work, and we also have a sustainability schedule. Every Thursday we close for clients, and we have a 2-month schedule where we know what everyone is going to be doing on the following Thursdays in terms of training. So sustainability starts at home. That's what we think. We've included social issues. We have included people and placed people at the center of everything we do. We need to be sustainable, internally sustainable, if we want to be sustainable outwards as well. We always thought about how important it was to buy ecological products or sustainable products, but we have had somehow forgotten those who work with us and our team. We always wanted farmers and growers to be well paid, and we forgot about those who were working for us, and often had unsustainable practices in terms of salaries and working hours. Now we have people working 40 hours a week, that's all, no more. Things we have achieved. And what is going on? We decided to rule out styrofoam from the restaurant and to rule out Tetra Pak from the restaurant. We have achieved that already. We decided we would try to avoid food waste, and we are on the way for that. We still have to improve on that sense. Sorting of waste at source, we do that, and our working week is 40 hours, no more. What is ongoing at the moment? We are working wild plants along with the Chercolant. We are using parts of the vegetables which are usually discarded. We are trying to include them in the cooking or to try to make the best of them. We're trying to improve our vegetable menu, not vegetarian or not veggie, but we are emphasizing vegetable content instead of animal protein. We're reducing animal protein. Animal protein is becoming less and less important. We are raising the profile of everything that is vegetable, and we are improving the combination of working and family life, work life and family life. Thank you. We're working on balancing life, family life and work life. And that's where we are at the moment, and we're working harder for that. May I ask you a question, Victor? The idea of having a sustainability manager seems brilliant to me. When did you come up with that idea? What is the role of that person? Is that person doing something else in the company, or are they exclusively devoted to sustainability? The role of a sustainability manager is something that came up many years ago. I was in charge of that for a long while. I was a person who was basically making sure that things would be done well. However, our company grew, and not long ago, someone who was a historical figure in slow food, in the slow food movement. Francesc Armengol closed down his restaurant in Badalona, and he joined our team, and I asked him if he would be interested in taking care of this. He is an extremely knowledgeable person. I was sure that he would be interested in that, and he just joined our team not long ago. We are at the start of this project, but I'm sure that it will help us a lot. We've done a big part of the path, but we need to streamline and improve lots of little details. As we were discussing in the elevator, we have a project we call 360-degree sustainability. So Francesc is not taking care of the overall business management. I take care of that myself along with my partner Mar, and then we also have Martha, who's in charge of strategy and the money side of the business, and then Ampar is an outside advisor. So we try to do these 360-degree things because everything starts with the economic sustainability of the project. When we set up the restaurant, you start a project thinking that people are going to work for over 40 hours a week. So the business plan is flawed from the very onset. You need to think that people will have reasonable working hours, and if the project is not feasible, from economically feasible and sustainable in that sense, then you'll have to change it. We need to be consistent because we thought that we were so respectful of the environment and of our producers, but we were not so respectful with our human team. We are sustainable globally. That's what we aim at. So from a business, human and environmental perspective, we attempt to be sustainable. In some cases, prices will have to go up, so clients will have to pay a little bit more so that our workers are better values and we will make less money. We will have to give up part of our profit so that everything is more consistent overall. Thank you very much. This 360 sustainability plus economic viability is something that I'm sure Ivan Enriquez called self-sufficiency. I remember that keyword you used for a while. He's been talking about self-sufficiency and sustainability. Ivan Enriquez is currently CEO and partner of Leca and Green Leca restaurant in Valdaura. He is one of the early adopters of green food in Barcelona. Let me please give the floor to him. And greetings to Lenny Menina, who's an active part of this in terms of including circular economy issues in restaurant projects. So you have the floor, Ivan. Thank you very much for your invitation to come. We didn't bring our presentation because we forgot about that. We are overwhelmed with work and we didn't think about the presentation, so we hope that the message comes across. Leca is the result of a family restaurant. I was born into that restaurant, and in 2015 we refurbished the restaurant and we redid the whole project, thinking about responsibility along with we did. Any used project is used wood and open code design that we share with everybody. So after that, we realized that we were following the same path of procurement my mother had. It wasn't just bad, it was the usual one. So you would buy food, for instance, fish from the market, meat from a producer in Girona, and well, what we were offered, it was the usual thing, individual drinks and a menu restaurant, what you would find all over the place. And we realized that there was so much waste in a restaurant. At the end of the day, we were generating, I don't know, a huge box of drink cans and Coca-Cola and Fanta bottles, and we thought we were just taking so many things to the container. It was ridiculous. What about meat? Where did our meat come from? It was in Girona, and we tried to go and visit the farm, and then they didn't allow us because of the policy of that farm didn't allow for visits. And then fish, we were using a lot of fish in the restaurant as well. So thinking about what we did, we thought, hey, how can we improve? And how can we compare the results of what we have improved? And then how can we share with our clients what we have achieved? So in terms of sodas and drinks, soft drinks, we thought, okay, what did we do? We bought a water machine to filter water so that we were able to produce our own drinks. That meant we were reducing transport, we were reducing containers, we were improving our clients' health because we were not serving sweet soda with colors and additives and so on. That was a huge impact that achieved our purposes. And then we moved on to meat. We said, okay, if we cannot visit the farm, let's visit other farms we can visit, which have ecological production and, well, close by. We wanted to go one step further, and we thought, if we are going to buy meat, let's be as ethical as possible. Let's buy the whole animal. Why? For a number of reasons. 3 reasons, actually. We reduce transport. 2, we use the whole animal. We do not depend on a specific piece of the meat. We reduce transport, and we make sure that it's ecological. Organic, we make sure it's organic, and then we started to do a bit of research on fish. We want to spread the message about fish. Let's stop eating meat to be more sustainable. Well, that's not the question, as they said at the radio. Are we going to stop eating fish? That's a question that, well, is not often asked, because people say, okay, let's shift meat and move into fish as if these were going to save us from everything. And it's just the opposite. To be frank, we realized with our research that 80% of the fish eaten in Catalonia or in Spain is not from our coastline. It is from abroad. Only 20% of the fish we eat comes from the Mediterranean. When I started working, well, at the start I thought, okay, I will stop buying fish from abroad. A large part of that comes from the southern Atlantic, where large European fishing boats have bought fishing rights in the fisheries of Senegal, which is a fishing country, and this large fishing boats have destroyed their fisheries and have led to the locals not being able to fish. Therefore, they starve, and therefore they come and invade our countries. So we thought, okay, let's reduce fish consumption, and we decided to reduce our fishing consumption by 50% and to go to the fishing markets in Barcelona. What did we see? We saw huge amounts of fish coming out of the ocean, and it turns out that all that amount of fish that comes from the ocean is only 50% less than what was being fished 40, 50 years ago. Why? Less is being fished. We extract less from our sea. Sorry, we extract much more from the sea. Why? Because we have new technologies. Fish are technologically more capable and they fish more, but in fact they are fishing less. If we talk to any biologists, we will see that our Mediterranean Sea is pretty polluted as well. So, big question then. As Mr. Gonzalez said, what is going to happen with our great-granddaughters, great-grandchildren, if we don't know what is going to happen to us when we die? We might be watching the fish from up there. Well, maybe 50-60% of all marine species will have disappeared. Okay, I don't eat turtle, fine, but when you eat tuna fish, then you are killing turtles. So that led to us ruling out fish. We did some research with a pilot test to look at the culture of sustainability. Lots of things are cultural. Codfish is cultural in Catalonia, but where does it come from? And what happens with fishing of codfish? We need to change maybe the culture to achieve full sustainability, and that's something we need to believe and buy into ourselves. This message that I'm trying to convey, let's have it ourselves. It means that I should reduce fish consumption. It doesn't mean that a restaurant whose core is fish should leave out fish. No, they simply need to start changing for the future. I've done lots of gradual changes in my restaurant, but that is bad. It doesn't mean that we should not do that. We need to do long-term changes and have a project. So every year, one different action. If I buy fish from all over the place, so let's reduce the number of the amount of fish that I buy, and let's buy only local fish, and let's start introducing other dishes in the menu so that we reduce fish consumption. As long as all restaurants do that, because we're great communicators, we have thousands of people coming through our doors on a daily basis. If we all offer the same message, if we all go together for the same goal, if every one of us shares that we need to reduce food consumption, if it is organic and local, all the better. But we also need to reduce fish consumption, even more than meat consumption. And this is what we have been working on in terms of fish. Obviously, the circular economy has been one of the main pillars of our project. For instance, when using a whole animal, Arleni said, why don't we use it all? For instance, by using the bones as well. So we decided to mill and grind everything together in a machine, and we processed, for instance, all the things that are, all the scraps. For instance, imagine one of the eaters has left a a bit of food, and we do animal meal. With that, we process all the customers' leftovers and we pack them in a biscuit that is for dogs. So this is a product that we sell. And for instance, all the oil from our frying machines is olive oil, so we reuse olive oil to make soap with it.
Esto es lo que
I know that I'm speaking on general terms here, and there are many things going on in our restaurant, in how we make the most out of our resources, and how we also communicate, not just disseminate things amongst our staff, which they know these things, but also to our customers, something that we convey through our raising awareness and sustainability programs. Well, what else? What else? I mean, I really think it's a tremendous project, and both Victor and you are showing and proving your value when confronting this, but also a total corporate awareness in that this is not just a suicide approach, but rather that this has an impact, but on specific terms, and that's truly interesting. And then on fish, that was something that caught my attention, because fish has indeed topic of concern, but recently, and it's true that what this has, it has an impact, and as you rightly pointed out, cod has been something that we have seen in Catalonia, and the fisher people are having an issue at keeping the minimum structure in their neighborhoods, in the district. The problem in buying in the fishing market in La Barcelona is many of the fish brought there are later taken to France or Italy, and yet we bring lorries from these countries, and not just for cod, but for anchovies and many more. So that's something that needs to be approached on an individual basis properly. This is why, rather than speaking about the decrease of meat or fish, I think that we need to be able to approach animal protein differently. We also work at the Barcelona fishing market, and at the end of the day, we are looking for proximity fish that are respectful to the environment. It's true that most are some sort of fishes that are fished here are later taken to Italy, but we need to really streamline the use of animal protein, and yes, we are facing less and less fish, and we will need to be able to dose this. Yeah. About the changing our diet, and it's right in that we really need to understand what our body needs. How many proteins do we need? Not that many. The ones that you could fit in your hand. Like, is it 80, 100 grams of protein? Not much more. And so we all need to understand what we need to eat so that we don't overeat. And this is what we do. We have too much breakfast. Maybe 1 2 proper meals per day would be enough. And the same as boar meat, which is not eaten here. And yet there are many boars, too many boars indeed. And boars were taken to Northern Europe, but why not here? So we have decreased the use of we have no longer eating wild boars, and yet we, for instance, provide wild boar meat to the schools in the district, and they love it. The students love it. So why not using it in here, and we can feed our people with this type of meat, which is truly sustainable. Maybe we can have an open round for questions or comments if you have. No? Fine, so let's continue on with Federica. thank you for your participation, because again, sustainability is the natural order of things, and I'd like to give the floor to Mar Isla, that will talk about regenerative farming. Mar, thank you. Thank you all for being with us.
Te quedas tú aquí, ¿no?
Buenos días. Good morning, ¿no? Porque también tenemos esta vez compañeros.
So, good morning.
Lo que no sé. ¿Tú eres Pepe?
Soy Jordi.
Jordi Castany, ¿qué tal, Jordi? Me han dicho que vas... Tú te vas en el gimnasio.
Correcto.
¿Y tú llevas presentaciones de PowerPoint? Sí. ¿También? Sí. Vale, intentar no extenderos mucho más de tiempo. ¿Os han pasado la nota de ver si luego nos da tiempo a hacer de repente?
Mario seguro que intenta hacerlo.
Y un poco de texto, tocas en los temas.
Sí, lo vamos a hacer.
Vale, Mar.
Solo por las líneas básicas.
Bueno, invito a Pepe Reventos.
Maybe Pepe Raventos can come to the discussion, and maybe we can begin. And we are also waiting for Lena Friedrich from Malmö. And
En la escaleta.
Sure.
La escaleta que tenía, ella hablaba primero. ¿Sí?
No, pues podemos, por favor.
Entonces, ¿con quién quieres que empiece? ¿Quién quieres que empiece primero?
Hacemos el producto y todo bien, ¿vale?
Just go back and I'll try it.
De acuerdo. ¿Podéis entrar para la transmisión de Lena? Sí, la tengo aquí. Ok, Mar, Lena, con Lena, sí, es la primera. Gracias.
Bueno, buenos días a todo el mundo.
so, good morning, everyone. I'm privileged to share this session with you. I'm mostly a user. I do not belong to the restaurant industry, and I found, nevertheless, many of the previous points quite interesting to me. But they made me reflect about what was to be our behavior as users, as consumers. And since I'm an economist myself and I tend to look into the market, I always consider how are we to educate and to raise awareness among ourselves to appreciate the effort done after these type of approaches. So I really appreciate being here. and I have the pleasure of chairing this session that will look at some of the major principles in circular economy, and specifically on regenerative agriculture, which is lays at your very foundation, because suppliers are at the very onset of your supply chain, meaning food which is essential for our well-being as humans, but you all know that it's quite a challenge to face the present food system. Food is one of the main, or the way we are producing food is one of the main reasons provoking the major environmental damages done. And apparently, 1/4 of the carbon emissions is directly attributed to the supply chain in the food industry. So now that there is much talk about climate change, and with the COP in Glasgow, I think that bringing in these is something that we need to take into consideration. And forest degradation, or the methane problems, or the nitrous oxide related to the use of fertilizers. So from the climate change perspective, and considering the greenhouse gas emissions, I think that food industry is crucial. It is quite a challenge, but not only that, but another thing that we are considering when transitioning into a circular economy is the major use of resources and the degradation of the natural resources. Food production, it is a major user, a big user, and also a significant creator of waste in the soil we have. But when speaking about fertilizers, or talking about pesticides and the way we produce food, then we need to think about water pollution and water waste pollution, the way that we are creating also what we know as dead zones, where no other animals can grow. So we are encroaching on biodiversity and on the very keeping of our planet, the only planet we have. From a health perspective, and this has been well researched, in that there is a major impact. Some zoonotic conditions, that is, diseases that are transmitted from the animals to humans, are attributed to these massive ways of food production, on deforestation, the use of forest lands, and also on how farmlands and massive farms are used. So even though I'm not an expert on that, I'm more like a medical expert, but we know that we are facing a significant challenge, because this is a system that we can no longer resort to. We need to change the way we produce, but we are also speaking about a major growth of population. So out of the 7.5 billion people in this planet, in 2030, we will have 1 more billion. And this is a population to be fed. And as these increases and the welfare and the well-being of people increases, we will need an increased food production, which seems like a contradiction. And again, I'm no expert in the food industry, and I've seen that in other industries. And there is a major contradiction that we need to sort out. We need more products, but on the same hand, the way we are producing things is not sustainable. So within this process is when you see the idea that we need to change the way we produce, and therefore keeping the soil's fertility, keeping the productive ability and the ability of the soil to regenerate is crucial, or else this cannot be sustained. And this is how we move into regenerative agriculture. And good morning, Lena, by the way. And regenerative agriculture has different approaches, but all in all, what we are trying to do is prioritizing sustainability in the human food consumption. So all the techniques that at least guarantee, if not the maintenance, the improvement on the productivity of our soils. And therefore, what we are considering, all in all, is that we need to rethink the way we are producing and growing things, the way we are eating and consuming things, and we need to rethink our economic model. This is what we term the circular economy. And when I was told that I was to speak about regenerative agriculture, I told them that this was not my expertise, but yet the approach, the principles are the very same ones as we are seeing in other industries, such as the textile, the clothing industry, or the tourism industry, for instance, or the industries, the industry. So it's the very notion of circular economy which is seen in regenerative agriculture, which is related to what's known as the permaculture, the permanent agriculture. That is, considering the system, and this has been stressed before, but considering this implies considering it from all areas, from all different lenses, from the economic lens, from the environmental lens, but also from the social lens. What this new notion, well, relatively new notion looks at, the permaculture, is indeed looking back into the past, because I have a colleague of mine that she, when speaking about circular economy, she always says, well, it's back to the future, because apparently it is something that to us may seem innovative, but we have experienced that when we were reusing the bottles, for instance, with wine or with vinegar or with milk, and so did our grandparents. So we'd use a chicken and you would use it for broth, for croquettes, and you would use the leftovers for your dog. So it's going back to the future. It's going back to the roots and back more in sync with the dynamics and the way that our system indeed works, because it means understanding that we are animals, that we are living beings living together with other species, with other living beings, and that we need to share all this. So, all in all, and I will conclude with this, when thinking about permaculture, let me match this with regenerative agriculture, even though it would be wider probably, there are three basic tenets, three basic principles: taking care of the land, taking care of the people, and a fair distribution, fair sharing. And now, I would say that
people care and equity. Y vamos a tener el placer de...
And we will have the pleasure of sharing these with several panelists and with several experiences that I found very interesting. I knew some of them, some others I didn't, but I think that they will provide us with this global view. And I'm sure that probably what you are doing is not just perfect, but again, I speak about the transition here. I think that the previous speakers were honest in that we are improving, we are in transit. And so we will hear about these experiences from the panelists when they are in some instances, such as in Pepe's instances, we will look at the way that this has an impact on the land, on the agriculture, but we will also listen how this has an impact on the restaurant industry by listening to Lena, the first speaker, and we will hear about the social aspect of it. So let me introduce once more Lena Friblick.
She's the founder of the Botil Denbor Foundation, whose project include farming without borders, growing buddies, city farming. Rosengard work, she was named in 2017 as one of the world's 50 most influential innovators in the World Corporate Social Responsibility Day Awards. So, Lena, welcome to this Congress. The screen, in this case, we can say the screen is yours.
Wonderful to be with you, even if it's digital. And thank you for hosting me. And really have been appreciating the speech here before me. So this is a call from cold nowadays, and we are about to actually put our garden to sleep. We have been working very hard this year, and now we have been able to see the fruits of everything we've done. So I will talk about a lot of different things we do in Botillenborg. Botillenborg is a place in Malmö, in the south of Sweden. Actually, we are more close to Copenhagen than Stockholm, so we are really on the tip of Sweden. I will share with you some photos and some presentations, and I will mainly focus on the urban farming we do, but we actually do much more than farming. We also do a lot of social work. So I will share my screen with you. Are you able to see my presentation now? I hope so. Otherwise, you have to say in the chat if there is something problem. So anyway, Botillenborg is the house and the place where we work, and we work with something we call social gastronomy. And why social gastronomy? Well, you know, I personally don't come from the restaurant world. I am a journalist and a political major. For me, I like the societal issues. But during the years I've been working with food, I've seen that food is such a good change maker. You can do amazing things with food, both when it comes to the social issues as well as the climate issues. Because I think that those two issues are the most important issues for today. The social, how do we live together? How can we make this world into an us and not a we and them? And how can we preserve the nature, our climate, our world, not only to our children, but to our grandchildren and the coming generation? We have to deal with both the social and the climate thing. You can do that in so many different ways, but food is a very good way to do it because, well, food is the most important we have, isn't it? So we have this farm, and this is a sustainable farm, but also a meeting place in the middle of the city. And we work with food and farming as tools to contribute to solutions, both for the ecological, social, and economical sustainability. So if you count on what we are actually with the result, we see that working with food and farming in the way we do, we actually deliver 11 of 17 of the global goals for the United Nations. And that is super important that we always have in mind, what are we doing and why? So the house, I will just tell you a bit about that, is built 1876. And then this was farmland. Today, the city has been grown around the farm, but we are able to actually have access to land, nearly 1 hectare of land in the middle of the city. And this land we are using to urban farming, and the house we are using for different kind of activities. So here we have developed a very intensive and efficient urban farming. And I will actually focus on the urban farming today, but I also want to mention the social dimension we also work with. This is some pictures from our kitchen. So we have a kitchen with the restaurants, we have conferences and events, but everything we do, we try to put in other sustainable context. So we actually run our kitchen as a work training place for people who are far away from the labor market. For today in Sweden, we see that we have problem with unemployment, and it's often based of people coming from other countries, and they're not getting into the labor market. And we work a lot with women. Many have roots in the Middle East or in Africa. They have come to Sweden, and maybe also they have been home with the kids for several years and not really been a part, not learned the language, not been able to get a job. But what we do is that we bring in these wonderful women and use their knowledge in building our restaurant and cuisine. So we say that we have the flavor of the world. And when people have been to us and got the feeling of how it works in a kitchen, we match them with different places to work. And it's been very successful, and we have such a wonderful, warm, personal feeling in the kitchen. We are a lot of people, and we have a lot of laughters, and we have a lot of food. We also work a lot with kids. So we have school gardens for kids, because this with sustainability, we have to start with the kids so they really understand and get the feeling of that we have one earth and we have to take care of it. So we have a lot of kids coming to our garden every day. Also, we use both food and farming in social cohesion. So we, in the evenings, we gather families, people who are lonely, people who want to come to just make friends. And we both farm and we cook together. Farming and cooking is such a wonderful tool to create friendships. And that is what we call growing buddies. So we have during the years developed so many different kind of activities for this social cohesion, but also to get people into work and to have a better future. When it comes to our farm, we have the farm splitted into two different parts. One we call the social garden, where we do the school garden, growing buddies, and so on. Then we also have a commercial garden where we produce. And this is, just imagine if we could use land in the city that is not used. And even if a dense city, we often have small kind of areas where we could be better using it for farming. So we farm commercially only on 1,500 square meters. And that is for us a unit. And that 1,500 square meter produces 5 tons of food every year. When it comes to the income, we have a lot of customers. We deliver around, we have 65,000 euro a year on only this small plot. The food we of course use to our kitchen, but also to other restaurants, because it's so much food so we can't even use it by ourselves. But we also do some kind of exclusive farm to table events, and we have a lot of different education. So for us, it's, I don't even say it here, I say, for us it's completely important that we do it ecological. And we actually push the strength, so we do it more than ordinary ecological. We, for example, do not use any tractors or fossil fuel. We just use the handcraft, and we have things, machines and batteries and those kind of things. We are using method of market gardening. That means that we are using it very, very efficient and very special different kind of methods to be able to gain as much produce as possible in such a small plot as possible, with least amount of work, but the most amount of money. So we are not only showing how we can do it in Bottine & Boy, we actually also have a greater call. So what we have done is that we also do the urban farming and teach other cities how they can do and how they can work. We have been working with urban farming since 2014. Actually, we did the biggest project in Europe about urban farming with a lot of cities and the University of Agriculture in Sweden. And the reason why we started with this project was because I was going around in Europe and saw a lot of urban farms. And there were a lot of people who wanted to do it, and a lot of restaurants were very, very interested in collaboration. But the problem was that the farmers couldn't cope economical. So my thought was, okay, can we design a system, a method, business models that make it economical, sustainable for urban farmers? Because what do we gain when we have the urban farmers? We gain so much. What we can do is we can have a totally new generation of farmers. We have local produced food. We shorten the supply chain. We don't have to transport the food. We also create biological diversity to the city. So there's so many things that we actually win when we start to farm within the city. But we also say the social interaction. The customers come, they see how the carrots is grown, they talk to the farmer and also understand so much care and time it takes to do those vegetables. And I think that also is important because people don't throw it away and are more humble for food. So our vision is to spread the urban farming throughout Europe. So what we did was that we say, okay, we have a problem here. People want to do urban farming, but don't have the tools to make it economical, sustainable. And what happens when we can't make it economical, sustainable? Well, you can't make it last. Maybe you can do it 1 or 2 years, and then your money is out, your energy is out, and you lost all your friends and everything. So, you have to make it in a more perfect way. So what we created was an ecosystem of services so to help cities. If I am a city, I'm a European city and say, okay, I want to have urban farm, I see that this could contribute to our city in a very good ways. How can I, as a city, start and help urban farmers to succeed? So what we do is actually help and teach cities how can you do this and what kind of infrastructure do the urban farmers need? And we also have the other leg is the farmers. So we help the farmers with what kind of business models are successful, what kind of crop planning can you have, how can you work with restaurants, how can you work with customers, how do you do it more efficient, and so on. So we see that it's both the cities and the farmers who are need help. And in our ecosystem of things we can provide, we have a digital incubator. And that we do in the winter time. And then we do the planning, the business models. We go through the crop planning. How can we work with this? And actually, that is, I think, the only thing that was good with COVID for us was that we have to do everything online. And that made us easier to reach to other cities. So before we had a physical incubator, so everyone was gathering in Malmö, and then we traveled to a lot of different cities. And now we only do it digital. And that is wonderful because then everyone who are in the incubator actually can meet and talk. 2021 year's incubator, we had over 100 urban farmers from the whole Europe that was a part of the incubator. So the incubator is the theoretical part of knowledge. Then we have a test bed, and that is something we preach that because it's very important for those who start to have a start somewhere to try their ideas. So the cities should provide a test bed, and it doesn't have to be big. It's actually better if it's very small. The test bed we have created in Malmö is only 250 square meters, because what we want to do is that the farmers who come through our theoretical incubator program have to try the business models. And then they should not focus on farming, because that is often what they want to do. But what they lack is the business side. So the goal is to make 10,000 euro in the first season only on 250 square meters, because then you have to try the customers, you have to feel how it is to sell to restaurants, to customers, how can you sell through internet, and what is best for you. So that is a test bed. Today we have it on our soil, here Ireland, and we have 4 test bed businesses every year. And this is a model we have done in a lot of different cities. Beside of the test bed, we also have an educational farm. And then we use our own farm also as an educational farm. So we want our farm to be state of the art. So we have a lot of students coming to us and interns, and they come for 8 weeks and are part of our farm to really see how do we do it, how do we plan, how do we plant, what kind of tools do we use. And it's not actually about leadership. How do you lead a farm in an efficient way? So educational farms or model farms is also a very good way, and we have set up a couple of them in Sweden. They mostly are run by the cities and then can get students and urban farmers. The next part as a city have to do is to create a farming hub, so the urban farmers can get long-term leases for land. And that is a very important and difficult question in a city. But if you don't have that, well, the farmers can't have anywhere to be. So the cities really have to work, where can we provide land on a long term, and how can that look like? It could be both the inside and outside door farming. Today in Malmö, we have 15 farms that have a business. So that is the biggest commercial farming hub in Europe. And it's also important because it becomes a good collaboration and network. Everyone is helping each other with the sales, collaboration between chefs, new started restaurants, and all those kind of things. So if we look at our results with the methods we're doing to try to help cities, is that we see that we are a higher number of local food producers. We see also increased collaboration between local partners. We see so many wonderful things with the urban farmers and the restaurants, and they even start new shops in the cities. People produce a lot of marmalades and everything that they can sell. But also we have more jobs and entrepreneurship, and we have green spots that creates biological diversity to everyone. And of course, we help the cities to actually contribute to the sustainable development goals. So what we've done, if we look, we have now set up around 100 farms within Europe, and we have helped 160 farmers to start. We work, of course, in Sweden. We work a lot in Norway as well. And we also do some work in the Netherlands and in Zurich. So that is about a bit about the farming and how we can work with that in Botil & Boy. And what I think is important is that when to create the innovation, you have to think holistic. Both what do the farmers need, but also how can the city provide help for the farmers to actually make it happen. And it's also very important to look at the economy, because it has to be economical, sustainable. But in the end of the day, we have to also remind ourselves, when it comes to food, the food industry stands for nearly 1/3 of the climate change. We have to provide another tomorrow. And every one of us who are in the food industry really have to do something. We can't maybe do everything, but everyone can do something. So thank you so much for listening. And of course, you're welcome both to visit that homepage, call me, or even better, come to Malmö. You are so welcome.
Presentation.
And now we would like to introduce Morten Overgaard from the restaurant Moment. Morten, I would appreciate if you could just try, you are almost running out of time, so try to summarize. Huh? Thank you very much.
I'll do my best, but I'm not so good at that with timing, so let's see what happens. First of all, I guess I would need my first slide. I don't know, am I changing the slide?
Yeah, we are changing.
Okay. Thanks a lot. So yes, I'll jump right into it. We are Restaurant Moment, as you mentioned, a restaurant that is located in the countryside in Denmark, 30 minutes drive from the second biggest city in Denmark, which is Aarhus. And I think my talk will focus a bit on the relationship between growing or agriculture and the restaurant that we represent. We can say our ambition will be to illustrate in our everyday life that we have a choice regarding sustainable actions, and what we actually try to do with the restaurant is to communicate that idea to our guests. So this is the two of us, Rikke and I. The restaurant is based on my wife's idea, I guess, primarily. But we run it together. And I guess the start, I mean, none of us come from the restaurant business. We are both university people. Rikke is now 100% director of the restaurant. I'm still a professor at Aarhus University. And I think, even though it sounds weird, that much of this started with a kind of frustration, namely this feeling of helplessness that we had. On the one hand, understanding and realizing that the biggest challenges we will face as human beings have to do with biodiversity and climate change, even in these COVID days. And on the other hand, that we as private people had very little things that we could do about that. I mean, we could remember to buy organic products or complain about politicians, but that really didn't feel like it changed anything. So we started actually thinking a bit more about that, and found, as Lena also hinted, that some of the biggest gains could be found in the food industry, but also in the building industry. So we started buying a piece of land, actually, in the outskirts of an organic hamlet called Friland, which is officially the middle of nowhere in Jutland, where we first, together with the crazy inventor Sten Møller, found a way to build straw bale elements as a sort of an alternative to concrete elements that were put up as a house in 7 hours by two people who never tried it before. It's a compostable building. The only heating source we have in that building is, and our way of air conditioning, even though you rarely need that in Denmark. These ventilation windows that are sort of a continuation of the windows that were invented when the Winter Palace was built in St. Petersburg, which is a kind of where you sort of create a chimney effect using passive solar heat, and that is sufficient to heat up the house throughout the year. And perhaps the wildest of the ideas is the greenhouse next to the restaurant, because all wastewater is let underneath the greenhouse, so that the plants in there live only from that. It's a project together with Department of Bioscience at Aarhus University, where we have made tests of all the plants and found that they are contamination-free. At least they are less contaminated than typical supermarket greens. So it's kind of a safe system. And in the same way, this system illustrates what can you say, this idea of waste that has been discussed a few times by now. Contrary to all other beings, at least we know of, we humans are like the only ones who leave stuff behind us in a format so it doesn't fit into an ecosystem, which is, I guess, what you can use as a definition of waste. And as we see it, everything should be considered a product or building blocks of something else, rather than a type of waste that should be sorted or minimized. So we should think of all products, instead of minimal waste, as how do we find maximum gain or use of this product. The surroundings of the restaurant is, of course, not just this greenhouse. This is our land. It's really small. It's 2,000 square meters, but enough to create this highly biodiverse garden that surrounds the restaurant, and that is known by many of our guests. The garden is a small example of a fully integrated systems with trees and perennials and annuals in the same system. And that is the primary source of produce for the restaurant as well. But at the same time, the garden is there to illustrate what a beautiful garden could look like, because so many people in our immediate surroundings have gardens, of course, in the same size, but instead of using it in this way, people tend to have these lawns. And we would like to illustrate that beauty can be many things, and we would like to diminish or shorten this classical gap between culture and nature, and show that maybe this gap is in our minds only. And by doing that, we have certainly increased biodiversity a lot, and we can see that even though our lot is so little or so small, and even though we have only existed for 5.5 years, before we started this, it was a parking lot, and before that again a conventional cornfield, so it was completely destroyed land. And now we are the home of a lot of insects and flowers and wild plants. So it's also an illustration that if you do these things, you can sort of regenerate soil pretty fast. And at the same time, you can have a healthy soil that doesn't need constant fertilizer by having a natural ecosystem working in the garden. The produce in the restaurant is not only what we can get from our own garden, but also what we get from wild nature. We're in the National Park Mols Bjerge, which is maybe the most biodiverse area in Denmark. We don't use a lot of wild products, just a few for demonstration. And the reason for that is that we believe that if something is to be sustainable, then in principle everybody should be able to do that, and it should still work. And if everybody needed to pick wild products every time they were to have breakfast, then that would be a massive intrusion in wild nature. So we need to sort of regulate that a bit. And then we collaborate with a few very local farmers, like these biodynamic producers a few kilometers from a restaurant, or a permaculture farm a few hundred meters from the restaurant. And these collaborations are very much a matter of us taking what they have at the moment. We don't really label things, so it's not important for us if they're officially biodynamic or permacultural. The point is that they should share our basic ideal that we are together to make a positive impact and not a minimally negative one. That is, that we are to try and increase biodiversity, and we are to try and store CO2 in soil while growing. And what we do not do is something like this, and that is, we are not that interested in organic products, and that sounds wrong, but because of course we are all into organic products. We have nothing conventional in the restaurant at all, but we are not fans of the minimal requirements for organic production in the world today, because these long rows of the same thing with the same root depth is still, from a biological perspective, like a desert, and you will still have very little CO2 storage in soil. And therefore, we believe, this is a claim, of course, that we could turn all agriculture in the world into organic production, and we would still have some of the same problems as we have today. And therefore, we think that is a kind of missed opportunity, because we believe that we can do more thinking about permaculture and integrated systems instead, sort of mimicking what happens naturally in a forest or in a natural system. Now, our chefs work very closely with the garden and find much of their products there. We believe that is where communication begins, so to speak, with the people making the food. The produce becomes much more present, we believe, and the chefs will have a much more humble appreciation of a produce if they can have a walk in the garden and see, this is how many flowers we have, and that is what we have. And we can't do that dish anymore when we don't have any more of that flower or whatever it is that has been used. So that means the point of departure for our dishes is not some idea in the head of a chef, but rather what is there in nature. So we sort of turn this upside down. Nature decides, we do not, if you are to sort of put this in headlines. And we also believe that this makes food more valuable in a different sense than just using a lot of, beef that has been massaged for ages, or caviar or something. Because when you can only make this dish perhaps a few days or a week or something, and then you run out of that ingredient, and then you can't do that dish anymore, then you can't just present people with what they have tried before. Then this moment matters, right? You cannot relive stuff. And we believe that's another way of adding value, to understand that the moment is now and it cannot be repeated. And that's also, of course, why a restaurant is called what it is called, that it has this orientation towards the now in nature at the given time. And you can say from the chef's perspective, the restaurant will work a bit like this, that you're part of growing and harvesting. You preserve for other seasons, because what else do in Denmark in winter? And therefore, our winter dishes really have a lot to do with fermentation and dehydration, all kinds of techniques. Of course, it's about cooking using all parts of the vegetables we use. We don't serve meat or fish. And then the little that is the remaining parts, which is probably what comes out on if people cannot finish a dish or something, then that will go back in the garden in terms of green compost. Right. So our head chef at one point said that our dishes are about arranging nature, not about manipulating nature. And that's sort of a very implicit idea in our cooking. So this means that, of course, we are to put things together in order to present people with something they have never tried before, something to inspire or give them a completely new experience. Yet it's still very visible what they're eating. Some of our snacks can be as simple as a whole flower with pollen from our own bees, partly stemming from that type of flower, or something like that. Other dishes, of course, require more technique and more skill, but this basic principle of arranging rather than manipulating is still sort of the underlying idea. Our waiter team is just as much part of the garden as are the chefs, in order to increase their understanding and ability to communicate about it. Because our waiters, we demand a lot of knowledge from our waiters. They understand how the building works. They understand all parts of everything that goes on in the restaurant, so they can communicate that to people based on what the guest needs. So typically in our place, 2 waiters share 4 tables, to give you an idea of a rather high sort of service level, but that has also to do with the capacity to sort of read the guest and see what are they looking for. Are they here to really understand the depth of what we are doing and serving, or are they here on a first date, or how do you communicate with these people? Right. So not preaching is a very, very central idea in what we do. We don't preach. We don't tell people what is wrong and what is right. Rather, we open up a space and say, hey, welcome, you can also do this. This is another idea. This is an alternative. We have the same approach to our drinks, of course. All our wines are natural wines, and most of them are from wine producers we know personally. So we import our own wines, not all of it, but most of it. And we have a fermented juice menu also that Rikke makes from the same principle that the food has been created. So we don't use like tea and such things, but rather just what is around us. So a fermented juice, Rikke would typically make 7-10 liters of the same thing, and that drink can never be repeated again. So that's sort of the idea. So we use certain things that come from a bigger distance than our immediate surroundings once in a while, because we believe that kilometer is not the only thing to consider when we are to talk about sustainability. It's one thing, but not the only thing. So when we have a standard menu of 14 servings that are all based on local greens that are produced in this way, we believe that can be an eye-opener to a really meat-consuming country like Denmark, that may inspire people to do something new when they get back home. But if we believe that if we do not serve wine and coffee, then people will not go home and stop drinking coffee because we are not serving that. So that will have a minimal impact. Rather here, we know the coffee producer, we know the wine producer, and we can inform the guests that they have a choice when they are to drink wine. So we believe that strategy, in this case, will have a higher impact. So impact to us is the key, and not just some standard general thing like distance to the producer or something. So our solution is perhaps a bit work. That which works for us here is to going from this terrible feeling of being just a drop in the ocean, is to try and create as many rings in the pond as possible, to try and inspire as much as possible. That's what we mean by impact. Now, the next step in our journey, and I am moving towards the finishing of this, is a new project that we are still trying to fund, but is slowly starting. Rikke and I left this little organic hamlet like a year ago and have moved to a farmhouse. That we try to renovate instead of rebuilding, because that's another principle when you are to think about the building industry in a sustainable terms, where we try to show and demonstrate a few different ideas. We have 4 hectares to play with, and here we will create a farm with a permanent plant coverage in different zones, annuals, pre-annuals, and trees. We'll try to show that we can store CO2 in soil, not just as a good story. We'll do this hand in hand with the university and demonstrate what works and what doesn't, and try to compare different zones in the farm. We will show that we can actively increase diversity and have natural ecosystems working in the farm while growing food. And the principles, as you can see, we can make something that is resilient to climate change and have room and food for humans and wildlife. And then there is this other column in what we wish to investigate, and that has to do with the human mind, actually. Because, at least according to the United Nations and other sources, we actually already have what is necessary in order to leapfrog into a sustainable, or to make all the green transitions that maybe not all that is necessary, but certainly we can come a long way based on current knowledge and technology. And that we do not has probably more to do with human decision-making in real life than it has to do with what we lack of knowledge. So you probably know about these principles, so I will skip fastly over this one. It's just how we intend to use plants as a way of storing CO2 in the soil. So this will not be what we will be doing, because clearly plowing the soil, as you may know, will free stored CO2. So you can have a great plant coverage, and then you can plow your soil, and then you are perhaps almost back to scratch. Instead, we wish to use this as a kind of model for future agriculture, even though it's a big word, to try and use a functional ecosystem as a way to grow food rather than something that is different from food production. Again, this culture-nature distinction that we believe is wrong. So we wish to transcend this idea of a technology fix, that we can invent ourselves a way out of the climate situation. And instead, we believe we should also, while doing this, start to look a bit inward. When you look at the behavioral sciences today, which is my own university discipline, we find that, there is so little communication from cognitive scientists and behavioral scientists about how to solve these problems, interestingly enough. I mean, if you look at the current COVID crisis, we're also just drops in the sea, right? None of us can do anything ourselves about it. But people were pretty fast at getting vaccinated, having social distance, and reacting in a way where we understood that our individual reactions as drops in the ocean really matter on a larger scale. It's really interesting for me to see how that is not the case in the climate situation, even though those two situations are so comparable, that we all are drops in the ocean, but if all of us do our best, then we can make a change. And I think that has to do with how we think and act as people. Cognitive science is really based on laboratory research. I have 2 minutes left, and I have crossed my time a bit less than the previous speakers, but I promise to be fast from here. Cognitive science is based on laboratory research primarily, and that's part of the problem, I think, because we are very bad at extrapolating knowledge from that in order to predict how people act in larger systems. And places like restaurants or farms or supermarkets are great places to investigate how people react and act in real life, and to understand how we appreciate and put value on things, and how we make decisions and what to buy and how to act in real life situations. So I'll finish with this slide saying that, we believe it is possible to go from this conception of the drop in the sea to a more massive and large movement, but we need to recalibrate our thinking as well as how we act in the food industry. And I guess that is all from me. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hated to do that, to interrupt you, but we are almost running out of time. Ahora voy a dar paso a Pepe Raventós. Pepe Raventós dice que estudió.
I would now like to give the floor to Pepe Raventós. He studied enology. He's a great traveler. He is a winemaker and the CEO of Raventós Blanc Winery. I love that he likes being called a winemaker. So I will please ask you both to shorten our time. We all have so many interesting things to do, otherwise we will not be able to hear everyone. The mic is off. No. Now we can hear you. As you can see, I don't have the slightest idea about technology or regeneration. I'm a winemaker. I will try to quickly tell you about my own story to see if it can awaken your interest in any respect. Out of need, I am a winemaker and I represent Generation 21st in my family working on the same land. So I have this passion to do things well and to look after my farm. Although out of passion, I am a social worker, and I will discuss another project. I really liked your presentation in terms of earth care and people care, because people care is my first passion. In terms of earth care, very quickly. As a young person, I grew up in the Pyrenees, and I developed a great passion for life with animals, and then I started working at home. My obligation was to make the best possible wine and to sell it. I started as a salesperson with a very sales focused mind, trying to tell the stories we tell people so that they buy wine. When I started, apart from the fact that I was young, my family was bankrupt, so there was quite a bit of pressure there. I went to the US, lived there for 5 years with my family to try and create a distribution network, but I was also doing some thinking, trying to find myself. And I realized that I really missed what you see on the screen and what you will see later. Our farm. The idea was not so much to try and sell things with a story, but telling people gibberish. But in wines, what's most important is authenticity, the origin, and not so much all the story around it and the romanticizing story about it. So I combined my passion to make the best, greatest, and most original wine, and then we realized that we were doing this trying to recover the farm as an organism, and this is what is currently called, I see, regenerative farming. We are in one of the richest ecosystems in the planet, in the Mediterranean basin, and this is due to the fact that this landscape has been humanized. So all the agricultural work done for civilizations in this ideal climate system has led to the great mosaic of multi-crops, which is much richer than a single system such as a rainforest or the tundra. Here we see how the typical Mediterranean forests and rivers are combined with olive trees and vineyards and so on. So what is a farm? What is the recovery of a traditional farm? This is very important because all across the Mediterranean we have plenty of farms that were developed from the very onset. We started in Mesopotamia, but in Roman times, this was also very, very important. And only 50, 60 years ago, they started to be abandoned. When I was a kid, my father is 74, not 750 years old. He was working with eight horses. So recovering the life in these farms that are being abandoned is what we are working on at the moment. What do we understand as regenerative agriculture is what we have done for centuries in our farms, where people lived with animals, with the hay farm, with the fields and the forest in a productive way, not with the abstract perspective, we're not going to look after the planet, but rather something much more land-based, much more basic, that has to do with the conservation of the ecosystem. And it's the putting together of all these different farms is what allows us to look after this mosaic of multi-crops and so on in our Mediterranean basin. We are here in the Anoia River Basin in purple. This is where Cava, the Catalan sparkling wine, has been produced traditionally. I will not talk about geology, but that is the geological basin of our farm. And let me give you just a couple of ideas about biosynergies. This is an image of our biodynamic farm. We live here. When we came back from New York, we moved into the farm. That was essential. The fact that we were living there in the very system allowed us to learn a lot from the system, to merge with it, to look after the animals, after the vineyards. We removed some telecommunication towers that we had there while we were in these very difficult times. We buried some of the power lines. We changed lots of things. Biosynergies, this is where men and nature live together. We tried to produce a wine that was as pure as possible, the purest possible wine with the slightest interferences, outside interferences. We need to also understand the agroforest ecosystem pyramid. We first of all have the domestic animals, then in the next step we would have insects, the wild animals, then the insects, the more the better. The wild, we have only small and medium wild animals, and then the domestic fauna. Sorry, the first base was microorganisms and the soil. Domestic fauna, they do not only eat the grass and they contribute to deforestation, but they are also useful to work on the fields. I will show you later. Multi-crop. We need to abandon the single crop cultures because these exhaust the soil. It's not a promoter of biodiversity because you have only the organisms that are associated to that. And so we are going back to what had been grown in this farm before. We produce oil. We don't sell it, but it's a driver for biodiversity, and that makes our vineyards more resistant. Same thing as cereal. It regenerates the soil of the fallow land. It is useful for our animals, our farm animals, and they're a source of biodiversity. So the more biodiversity, the more resilient our vineyards will be, and the less outside treatment our vineyards will require. This is the basis of biosynergies that we're using. Another really wonderful project is what we do with Auberria, biologists from the Seu d'Urgell. These are nests, artificial nests for all the bird varieties. Those that left our farms in the 1970s when the time of confusion, when we abused pesticides and so on, when there was a high yield crops and so on. We are now counting the nests after we installed nest boxes, and we are seeing that biodiversity is increasing. We're also including honeycombs, because bees are the biggest pollinizers that we have in our ecosystem. We have also recovered the herds because they graze They keep the land and they control the topsoil in the winter. We produce milk and food for the team, for the family, and for our visitors. And what's most important, each different species of our domestic animals is associated to microorganisms. This is a biotop that adds to the whole system. Same thing goes for the two chicken coops. We feed the hens with the leftovers from the orchard, and well, anyway, I'm crazy about horses and the like, and I love the horse work. 75 years ago we were working with horses. Now we have a pioneering project in Catalonia. We're working again with workhorses. They plow 8 of the 65 hectares. The idea will be to achieve that plowing in the future, except for a tractor, one single tractor, in case we have bad weather conditions. We do not compact the soil, and what's important is the pace of the horse, because that's the pace of nature. We are able to respect these 80-year-old plants. And when you have to plow with a horse, you really need to think twice about whether you really want to plow. Sometimes it's not necessary. However, the tractor driver loves to sit down inside the tractor and put the radio on and just walk, drive and plow. But it's the horse that sets the pace of plowing in our farm. This is what Raventós i Blanc is doing in a very summarized way. And let me finish by a small example of the people care side that I love so much. We are now starting a project called The Naked City. It's a collaboration with a prison called Cambriand and a foundation called Aret. When I came back from New York with the idea of doing something about my social passion, I visited a prison, Can Brians. It is built in an old vineyard, and there is an abandoned farming house with an abandoned set of fields, abandoned cellar, and these were all messages dawning on me. So we are struggling with the Catalan government to try and restore this farm and make wine within the prison and to create a circular, amazing project. We want to get funds to get the inmates to work in the farm, to get money so that we can refurbish the system. At the moment, many of the inmates are working for us, doing some pruning and doing other things. The Adet Foundation is helping us raise some funds to promote this project. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Pepe. Fantástico.
Thank you very much, Pepe. That was amazing. Jordi from Casamalia, and they define themselves. Casamalia, sorry, not Casamalia. They selecting the best produce and taking good care to appreciate the visit of their guests, of their customers. Well, thank you very much. I'll try to keep it as short as possible. I'd like to thank the organizers and Mario for providing us with this opportunity. And
Cric, cric. Bueno, mientras ponemos la diapositiva.
well, in the meantime, while we wait for our presentation to be here, we at Casamalia have 3 partners on 3 different areas. Antonio on the gastronomical part, Sergi on the financial side of things, and I'm on the operational side of things. And we were given the opportunity to own Casamalia in January 2019 after negotiating with the previous owners that were managing it since 1950. Since January 2019 until September 2019, what we did was determining the basic patterns, the basic guidelines of what we wanted Casa Amalia to be. And careful considering what we wanted to leave to our children and the type of restaurant we wanted to have. I've been in the restaurant business for 30 years and I've been to many restaurants and I've enjoyed them, but then I've suffered some of them. So we wanted to have a different kind of restaurant approach. We started in September 2019 with the works, and when we were about to open, well, lo and behold, it was COVID-19 just a fortnight before our opening, so it had to be postponed for 3 months. But this would give us the opportunity to fine-tune our project and to really think about the world that was to be after the pandemic, because all things that we were looking at before were to be considered very differently. And Casamalia, we are close to the Mercat de la Concepción market, farmers market, and this has helped us in creating many synergies with all the market stalls, because as a matter of fact 60% of our menu is found in these market stalls, and we even include the codes of these market stalls that we work with. So we're looking for small producers, small growers, and out of these granja planesas, which is what we can term a regenerative agriculture. They are in Girona and they contribute in the polyforming project funded by the EU, and when we got to know them, we realized that there were much synergies with us, and within their setting, within their environment, they tried to be as organic, as sustainable, and as accountable as possible. So we are here to tell you what it means to work with this type of growers, what's the good part of working with this type of product, which is quite a differentiated product. We try to disseminate knowledge because first we need to train our staff on what regenerative agriculture, because often when customers come to us and read about it, we need to explain them what it really means. So this is a significant added value, but there are some minuses to it. Some the low production. So we often find at times with low stock, something that needs to be explained to the customer, and usually that's no issue, but you may found some, and some guests, some customers might be upset, and this is where we need this shift in the mindset of people. As here my colleague was telling, if we try to enjoy with what Earth provides to us, we should not be trying to have anything at any times. I wanted to speak about sustainability, about the several projects where we are involved. I wanted to let you know what we do, but apparently since my presentation is not on and since we don't have that much time, maybe we can leave that for a later time. Well, thank you very much. You can imagine that I've attended several events and several seminars, and thank you for not feeling frustrated or upset by me pounding on you and on you the time for your presentations. I really think that all your presentations were outstanding. And again, I'm not an expert in this field, but I feel privileged to have good and services providers such as you. And I've been left with much more to know on you, but I'm waiting for the organizers to tell me how to continue next.
No sé si van a hacer una presentación al final o Federica, no sé. Entramos en vídeo. Pues muchísimas gracias.
So, thank you very much. Thanks to all speakers, outstanding presentations, and once more, congratulations for being bold enough to pursue this kind of projects. And so, we will now continue with a short clip from Majo.
You, why food? Why is food such an important topic for us to explore here at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation?
Well, Seb, if we're gearing towards transforming the entire economy, it's impossible not to look at food because food is a massive sector and it's not going anywhere. Food is imperative in our lives. We rely on it to survive. And with a growing global population, it's actually a growing industry. And today, unfortunately, because of the linearity of our food system, it's contributing to our biggest global challenges that we're facing. So it's the primary driver of biodiversity loss, and it accounts for about a third of annual greenhouse gas emissions. But it doesn't need to be this way, and we can actually apply the principles of circular economy to reimagine the food system so that it's regenerative by design. So that's really why we're looking at food.
I think there's a famous saying that food is kind of the mother of all systems. When we talk about system change, we've all got to eat, obviously. We're all engaging with food in everyday lives. There are many aspects of it, from the way it's grown to the people involved, to how it's sold, to what happens after we've consumed it or not consumed it. You've been at the foundation for several years now. This is, our food initiative has been alive for a while. What's been the kind of journey for Ellen MacArthur Foundation and for you in terms of trying to get our heads round what role the circle has to play in redesigning our food system?
So yeah, you were just highlighting how food truly is entangled in everything. It's super complex. It touches all of the sustainable development goals. And it was when I joined the foundation in 2018 that I joined the initial team that started to investigate what would actually mean to apply circular economy principles to our food system. And therefore, what sort of system solutions can we bring to the table? And as the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, be a part of the transformation that's needed. So what we have seen all along is there is a big opportunity to apply the principles of circular economy, to go from a mindset and approach of trying to undo the damage of today's linear food system to actually redesigning it to be something completely different, something much, much better, where we can actually be driving absolute positive benefits for people, for business, and for nature now and long term. So we were first investigating, we had this hypothesis that cities, as centers of consumption, where about 80% of the world's food is expected to be eaten in 2050, have a big role to play. And the findings of our research during that initial year were published in our first report, our first deep dive on food, which is called Cities and the Circular Economy. And that was published in January of 2019 and really gave way to the launch of what we now call the Food Initiative in June of 2019. So we've been working with London, Sao Paulo, New York to support demonstration of circular economy for food in those cities, and they are strategic partners of the foundation, and that journey continues with them. And then about a year ago, we started to sense that there was a big opportunity that we could start to tap into, looking more at the industry side and looking at something that we call food design. I know we'll have a chance to unpack today, but really thinking about food manufacturers and retailers in particular. Like cities, they have huge demand power because they source a lot of food, therefore influence a lot of land, and create so many of the food offerings that we eat every day around the world. So is there something that we could develop as the foundation in terms of an approach for how these sort of businesses can rethink their food so that has the best positive outcomes for biodiversity, for climate, for farmers, for people, and ultimately for their business?
I would like to thank Mar Isla for having chaired this session. I'd like to thank all the speakers, and sorry, Jordi, for the technical issues with your presentations, but I will invite you to the next symposium, to the next conference, where maybe you can explain your project with the presentation. We will be having several events. Next time we will give more opportunity for you to explain this project. So we'll be seeing you back at 12:15, and it's time for the coffee break now. Thank you.
Adelante, ponemos un vídeo, Jordi.
Let's now play a video clip. Oh yeah, 5 minutes from the prior presentation, and then we will continue with the video clip. Thank you.
Buenos días de nuevo. Lo de antes era una estrategia.
Good morning. What we did before was just a strategy to generate some expectations. But once we have achieved this, let me introduce the Casa Amalia project in a nutshell. If you are interested, I will tell you more if you like later. Casa Amalia, 3 partners. Antonio Salguero, he's our chef and in charge of the gastronomy certainty in terms of the financial things, and I am more in charge of operations. When we explain our project in different environments, we always say the same thing. We are the children of the pandemic. We reached an agreement with the old Casa Amalia owners in January 2019. It was owned by a family since 1950. They decided to retire, and they offered us the possibility of, continuing with their business. This led to a huge commitment because this family, which had been leading a business since 1950, this is a great responsibility. We need to be extremely respectful to what they have done since 1950, and it puts some high hopes on what we expect to do. Then September 2019, works started after having planned so well our business model and understanding what we wanted with the help of colleagues such as Manuel Morillo from Con Gusto and people from the slow food movement and many others. So when we were ready to inaugurate, 15 days before we were to open our restaurant, COVID struck. Well, what a wet blanket. But 1.5 years later, we considered that was a great opportunity. It made us better. It made us rethink our business model, and it helped us be much more effective in decision making. In June 2020, we opened the restaurant with restyling, both in terms of look and feel and concepts. And what is our conceptual philosophy? After all this time of brainstorming, what did we want to be? We wanted to be like the local restaurant, the meeting place where neighbors bring their families and relatives when they have a special occasion. We wanted to be the place where the local businessmen or women in the district would bring their clients, and we wanted to be a catalyst for different synergies. We are just next door to the Concepcion market, and this offers lots of synergies, hospitality and gastronomy to improve the district. What is hospitality? Well, hospitality for us means making people feel at home. We want to be the hosts. That's what I tell my staff. When you have a friend coming to your home, what are you concerned about? You worry that, the air conditioning is on, that music is nice, that smells are cool, that the conversation is fluent, and that you can offer them what they like. That's what we try to do at Casa Amalia. We try to make clients at home, to make them feel acknowledged and comfortable. Very often words are used as empty shells, and we didn't want to do that. What does it mean to have a market cuisine? It means that all the fruits and vegetables and fish and many other products that come to our restaurant come straight from the Concepcion market, which is next door. It's the farmers market that we have just around the corner, and this is amazing in terms of synergies, concepts for the district. Next to each of the dishes, we have the number of the stalls in the market. It's amazing because then they go to the stalls and ask for that, or the other way around. Sometimes when they shop in the market, they suggest that they come and eat at our restaurant to see how they can prepare those foodstuffs. At the start, we didn't think about having a sustainable restaurant. We didn't expect this to be a marketing tool for sustainability. We simply wanted to be authentic, to do what we really believe in, and to do something that whenever we have to tell our children or grandchildren, we would not be ashamed of explaining what we had done for so long. from 3 different pillars: people, planet, and product. From the point of view of people, we try to facilitate a balance between family and work life. We try to have 40 hours a week, 2 days off back to back. We also have bonuses. Everyone has bonuses. We also have training with the Spice Sucre and CEET school. We also have association with Raíces Foundation and with the Casal dels Infants. We're extremely proud of that. What about the planet? We work on that from different perspectives. The possibility of starting a business from scratch opened the possibility of making it as sustainable as possible in many fields. We have known Happy Agua for many years. I used to be working for a hotel company, and collaborating with them is just amazing. We also have a comprehensive circuit, a global circuit, all the grey waters from the kitchen, from cooking, from washing, and from the coffee machine. It all goes to the Happy Hour system. We have lights by sectors, depending on the time of the day or the year. We adapt the lighting. Reduced carbon footprint, either we buy in the market, either they bring it, we take it, we go and collect it. We also do waste recovery with Harmonia to produce biodiesel, and then we also have uniforms from Circular, and we're extremely happy to have met them. Luis is around here, and we're happy to have them on board. Product from the market: seasonal, organic, different producers who are not there but in the market, but who are around the corner. Bread from Eric and Benjamin, the Armengol farm. Seasonal fish from the fish market, from the fish auction, and good season wine and oil. Some of the things that we can't buy in the market, we try to find other people who have the same kind of ideas and the same philosophy for the planet and for the people. Granja Planesas, they used to do coal in the past, and now they are part of a pioneering project in Europe called poly farming, and they use regenerative agriculture, and we buy from them. All of this has got some pros. It makes our life easier. We share the same philosophy, high added value products, extremely top quality products, so our gastronomy draws from that. Added gastronomic value and, reach out work and awareness raising. The fact that our staff can explain to all customers what we do means that we have quite a good dissemination potential, bearing in mind we have 1,000 eaters and guests a week. The cons, we have sometimes logistics difficulties. Sometimes we're out of stock because, they slaughter animals once a week only, and so on. We have limited communication channels with them. It's difficult to reach them, and they are not highly digitalized. They really have a long way to go on that, and that makes it hard for us to work with that farm, but there are so many pros that heavily compensate for that. So thank you very much to all the collaborators that make our restaurant possible. Thanks to our customers, and thanks to you for having listened to what we have to say.
Bueno, pues molt bé. Jordi, gràcies, tío.
Thank you very much, Jordi. It'll be so fantastic that we can share your future with our foundation as well. Casa Amalia is amazing. It acts as a pole, as a hub in the district with the market. It creates spaces for socialization. I used to walk around in Cornellà next to the market, and I remember I was trying to find one of the bars that I saw when I was a child, and there weren't any, but there need to be, because these places are places for socialization. They're good anchors. I would like to welcome this panel, a panel about knowledge. and know-how, where education is essential. If we want to build the society of the near future, universities somehow must have a say, their say, and they are working on sustainability. This has turned into a must because, well, this is nothing new under the sun, though, and they know that they are doing what used to be done in the past. So looking at the future by contemplating the present and drinking from the past is what we all should do. So we have two questions in this panel. What do we do and what do we expect to do? And each of the speakers will, well, organize their time as they wish. We will start with Chiara Guy from ESHOB, the Higher School of Hospitality in Barcelona. Thank you very much, Sergio, for having invited me. It's a pleasure to be here because the center where I work is the Higher School of Hoteliers in Barcelona. Hoteliers and hospitality in Barcelona, and well, I come from an academic context, and it's fantastic that you have thought about it, including also the universities and the scholarly world, and we're happy to be here as well. I thought I would explain what my school does, but I'll be brief because I think it's better to leave some time for discussion. People have always expected that vocational training could adapt quickly to societal needs. That's one of its assets, actually, the fact that you can quickly define new educational cycles for vocational training. This is happening, for instance, in mobility. There is a new higher degree in electric mobility or other things that have to do with renewable energies and so on. For instance, with experts in PV facilities, but well, tourism and hospitality are not on the list somehow. And restaurants are not present either. So training units that make up our curriculum have not been updated. No new cycles, no new training cycles have been approved. Well, just one, the odd one. And we at the school, with an Erasmus Plus European project, are doing something different. It's not only a matter of sending our students abroad, but rather to work together with teachers from other universities to add sustainability as a cross-cutting element in all our second level and third level vocational training courses. But we need to discuss, we need a dialogue. We need a dialogue with the ministry, with the government, and we need a dialogue among ourselves to try and propose cross-cutting educational course so that sustainability is a cross-cutting topic or subject matter. I guess it will not be so needed in the future because then it won't be necessary to create one. But I mean, things are changing so fast. We're trying to be optimistic about that. Thank you very much for being so quick. We will have more time for discussion. We now have Emma Pla from CEET. Please introduce yourself. It's better if you do it yourself, and then we will move on to the discussion. Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be able to share this panel discussion with other entities and other training universities, technical schools, and centers which offer education and spread knowledge and build capacity in the gastronomy industry. Let me make my introduction very brief. Some of you might know that we have a university school for training where we do master courses and degree studies. We are part of the Barcelona University, and then we also have the technical school, something more similar to what Chiara explained, which is vocational training for gastronomy and tourism, both second and third level. In terms of training products that regard sustainability, For several years, we've had a master's course on sustainable tourism company, but now we also have a master's course on sustainable gastronomy to try and respond to the market needs. Our students are increasingly committed to sustainability, and they are increasingly responsible, and they require specific training that has to do with sustainability. But let me mention this as bypassing. We believe sustainability, as you said, is not something that means offering specific products that have to do with sustainability. I think sustainability requires that we, in a cross-cutting way, we meaning training institutions, master's courses, degrees, and vocational training schools, they should all integrate sustainability in hospitality, hotel, restaurant studies, and so on. This should be one of the values included in the very organization, and it should be passed down to all training aspects, not only in the teaching plan, in what is offered in the classroom, but also in our research groups and in the knowledge transfer exercises that we are all involved in. As the academia, we also have a social responsibility, as we mentioned in the coffee break. We need to share knowledge, create shared knowledge, and transfer it to society, and we need to transfer it to the businesses in our field of expertise. And then the idea, the academia need to be in close contact with the reality of the sector, with restaurants, with businesses, with research centers. The academia need to reflect the needs and the know-how that centers and companies working in these fields can offer. Thank you very much. And then we will have for more time to continue with our discussion. Thank you. Idoia, I would like to welcome you now. Tell us what the BCC is doing and how you see this very brief introduction.
No, ahora. Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the organizers for granting me the opportunity to share with you what we do at the Basque Culinary Center. I'm the manager of master degrees and courses. I'm Idoia Calleja, and I'm happy to share these with the other panelists because I think it's important for us to share this vision because we must contribute with our talent, and often the future employer, because we are, after all, training talent for the sector. Some might be the tourism industry, some the hospitality industry, but anyway, we need to promote these talents. Maybe we can have the presentation, please, so that I can better explain to you what we do. Basque Culinary Center has the mission of promoting the gastronomy potential and the social side. So it's not just a training project, but it's an ecosystem with several activities. On the one hand, education, but also research and then promotion. And on research, we have a Gastronomy Tech Center, and one of the research lines of this center is the development on circular economy. And to us, sustainability and sustainable development is part of our mission and is embedded in our research lines as well as in our education, in our training. This is an overall explanation, and to quickly go through it, we have developed this concept, the gastronomy 360 degrees, which could be discussed, which could be argued, but we have developed this notion as a means to see gastronomy as a value chain, starting with produce, with the transformation, with hospitality, with the wine-making industry, with tourism. And on gastronomy, there are several sub-units, sub-sectors, and these are experiences, these are values, and gastronomy is also a future. And gastronomy, of course, must refer to sustainability, because what we are eating now and the way we are eating it now will compromise the resources for our future. And based on this vision, and this vision on gastronomy, we train, we research, we innovate, we entrepreneur, or we promote. For instance, just recently launched a conference on innovations and trends in the restaurant, looking at how to train waiters and staffs. And the way we envision training and education, I guess it's most like any of the panelists here, in that this needs to be a cross-cutting issue. We, of course, train our students, and we have developed some content on sustainability. And let me just show you a quick clip to let you know how our classrooms are, to give you a bit of a context.
Si miramos cuál es la definición de sostenibilidad, leeríamos: asegurar las necesidades del presente sin comprometer por ello las necesidades de las generaciones futuras. En otras palabras, cubrir nuestro presente sin cargar.
Having a present without collapsing the future. But are we doing this? 2050. Humanity will consume in as much as the natural resources of 2 planets. By 2070, we will have to produce more food than in the previous 500 years. In 2100, we will have 11 billion souls. So what are we to feed them with if we are left without ingredients? If we are destroying the forest, the land? Food is not just food. Food, it's not just a set of nutrients providing us with that. It's also culture. And that's also sustainability. In the EU alone, over 88 million tons of food waste is laid bare every year. And we do not reuse, we do not transform, we just use, consume, we accrue, and we waste. And we are compromising the needs of the next generations. And yet a single individual couldn't do many. Jonathan Filler, for instance, a Scottish cook that moved to Australia. He was moved by the cultural shock, but he realized about the 60,000 years of culinary history that was going into oblivion. So that's when he decided to create the Arana Foundation, to preserve that knowledge, but mostly to keep on learning, or like José Andrés, that went against Trump, sued Trump, because he couldn't cook, or Anthony Mill, and because he's obsessed on decreasing the environmental impact of the hospitality industry. So you need to imagine, dream, change the way you do, the way you think. We have to innovate, and we have to, because, and this is an actual fact, otherwise this all goes down in the drain. We need circular logics, circular rationale. We need to fight against our zone of comfort, and we need to think out of the box when considering how we approach sustainability. And this needs to be done now, because the planet is not away from us. The planet is you, and now it's your time for training, for researching, for innovating.
Bueno, era un vídeo que trataba.
So this clip was trying to raise awareness, and hopefully it has helped you better understanding how this is to be seen as a creative tool, how sustainability is a different way of teaching to our students, and a different way of thinking. And the way we do so is by proposing new challenges to them, and also new uses of products or regeneration of products, or the way we can work along with people in different restaurants, and it is, all in all, to look at sustainability as a creative tool, as a cross-cutting creative tool. And what we try and do is to learn and raise their awareness by being proactive into seeing how we can do things differently. And I think that precisely one of the SDGs is quality education. And I think that all of us here, we can contribute to the development of a quality education for the whole industry and for all their practitioners and anyone that's already working. So we at the Basque Culinary Center have different master's degrees and courses and a PhD program. I will quickly skim through these. We also have garden because we wanted to have our students to be in touch with the land from their very onset on the training. We are also working on managers because they want to be managers of sustainable restaurants, and we also work on training so that there is a lifelong learning for the practitioners in the restaurant industry. Hopefully I didn't take up too much time. Thank you. Oh, that's a great idea, Itoya. The idea of having the future in mind so that it can be fit in. Bram Kiss from the Abatoliva University, welcome. Thank you. Thanks, the organizers. Apologies, because I'm a bit old as a Dutch myself. I always face this issue, and probably it's here to stay. I'm coordinating a master's degree at the Abatoliva University on sustainable entrepreneurship, of course. And then I have some cooperators along with me, some collaborators, for instance, a brewman from Raventus in Blanc, and we've partnered with them among other companies to try and improve things. We work 6 months each year here at the Abatoliva and 6 months at the School of Management in Turin in Italy. So this is a joint venture among 2 universities. This is delivered in English, by the way, because we want to have this global mindset. And if anyone is interested, you can get in touch with us. We have in our Instagram account many pictures that you can go through to look at what we do. And we in our university, we may not have the offer that the Basque Culinary Center provides. I must say that I'm impressed at what they do. And if you were a professor, I would definitely recruit you if I had the opportunity. Well, we started on these master's degrees some 3 years ago, and we were very excited, worked hard, and to broadening up the topic of sustainability and incorporating it into different degrees and courses, where we're going little by little. Well, thank you very much, and later on we may look on to what's the future ahead. Now, Mar Isla, you were chairing the previous session, and from Technocampus, maybe you can tell us what you do and how do you see these. Thank you very much for inviting me. Don't know why, but I've been invited to join, and I always feel forced to say that I'm not an expert on this, and let me just say it once more, I'm not in the field of gastronomy, but since I've been invited, I'll try to do my best at sharing my views. I wanted to look into this back into the past. And we have Technocampus, which is under the Pompeu Fabra University, that over 20 years has been having tourism and business courses, and engineering, amongst others. So we have been having this type of education for long. I was lucky to be leading the school before it became the Technocampus back in the noughties, in the 2000s. And it would seem as if I'm giving too much credit to myself, but then fear not, because you will see how later on this turns into something else. And I came from the United States and some 20 years ago, where we were doing what we were naming environmental curriculum by providing this cross-cutting environmental approach to all of them. That was quite innovative back then, and because of that, we've still had some programs, because I went there and then back, and many curricula, and going through them, I can see that this is still kept. I mean, in the legal education, still the environment is being explained, or on human resources, or on taxability, so that remained. And one more piece of credit, but again, but I will also try and be critical on what we have to do. But what we have done recently in Technocampus is creating a unit on circular economy, and I've been there as an advisor myself, and this chair on circular economy has this cross-cutting role in trying to contribute to the training programs, into the education, and supporting the professors, and supporting on research, and also being on the field on topics that you know perfectly we're working on. But so we are trying to encourage through awards, through projects, through study degrees, and we are also participating into 3 postgraduate degrees on circular tourism that we are initiating on this next January. So, but that's history. But one thing is, where's the problem? So that, considering all these that we've been talking for so long, how come we are not moving faster than we should? Okay, so why not segueing into these? Where should we be heading at? And secondly, do you believe that in the academia or in the educational setting we are having the right mindset? Because if not, we should get to know the language used by our target. And if we are to know the language of it, we also should know about their expectations on us, because otherwise we just outsiders. And you know that I work with companies, with business people, and that's clear in my mind. But apparently, we seem to have some extra room here, or do we not? But if we know about the expectation, the profile that they're using, how are we to build this question on where are we heading at? Well, just shortly. Again, for 20 years we've been into this. Myself, I've been longer into this. But this change of behavior, in my mind, and I mean, when we were talking before on the supply side of things, I was excited, but I'm prone more and more to be looking from the demand side of things. And we are delivering knowledge, but is that really incorporated? Well, maybe it is, but it's really amazing what we are seeing right here, right now. This was unthinkable, not 20 years ago, but 10 years ago. And this is wonderful, but of course we would want to have these moving at a faster speed, but we really need to work that hard into creating and disseminating knowledge, but we also need to create skills. We need to come up with skills, which is easier said than done. And I think that this is the main challenge, not just teaching, because what we need to do is to change the behavior of people, and I think that that's a major challenge. And no, that's great. What about you, Bram? Well, first of all, I fully agree with my colleague here. We talk about skills, but eventually we talk about people. So what we want and what we would like to have, what we are seeking, what we ambition, sorry, because I got the wrong Spanish word, I'm still learning, but anyway, what we want to have as an ambition is to coach our students, accompanying them, providing them with the tools. And all in all, the next generations need to be the sustainable leaders that this world is in much need of. And that's a significant responsibility for us. But also we have the possibility to have a platform for a gathering of all stakeholders, small companies, corporations, governments, customers, and communities. Because this is the only way we can move forward, and this is the only way to try and find a structural change. I think that there lies a major responsibility, but also a major opportunity for us all, and we need to do so together. Yeah, fully agree. Chiari, are we on the right track? Are we really understanding our students? I'm not sure how we really understand them in full. And I'm in touch with the younger students and not a direct touch. I have it through the faculty meetings, and we tell them about these projects and social sustainability, accessible tourism. We work on these concepts, we work on digitization, and it's all received with much passion, but with the subtle subtext that we are late. This is what's being conveyed to us by our students, that they are asking for more. And I realize that vocational training here has the advantage on having that stronger connection with the industry, because we are receiving requests day in, day out on people working on there, so that they contribute with the knowledge, but they also need to have them as a workforce. Maybe not that well paid, but yet they are well aware that this requires for a social sustainability. We need to have a winning situation for us all. And this is something that we need to bear in mind. And social scientist that I'm sure you probably love, Simon Bowman, quoting another social scientist, let me quote, I hope you like it, by quoting Ulrich Beck, he said, "We are doomed to find biographical solutions, biographical here meaning individual solutions, to problems which are systemic." So it's this feeling of guilt, like every morning coming here to Barcelona, commuting with my car, with my ultra super polluting car, I feel like, and I'm part of the problem, and I'm telling them, you are the solution. That puts me in quite an awkward position. And as you rightly pointed out, we need to have a more constructive dialogue with them, and we need to overcome this institutionalized individualism, because apparently it's like we all have the solution in our hands as individuals and then we can fix the world. Well, no, we must be together. Activism, not just as a sort of demonstrating, but as the collective action. Us together, or else we are not moving forward. And more than anyone, they will be angry at us. Now, the converging worlds, mutual support, solidarity, along with individual responsibility. We need to have these two avenues, these two ways to have actions happening. Now, what's your take, Emma? Are we in sync, really? Well, I think that we in the academia face the challenge on how we are approaching things, because to our students, we are held not only accountable on how we deliver knowledge, but we must have an impact on raising their awareness, on providing knowledge, but also on working on the method, on the process, and the way we work. And for that, and Idoia was referring to this in her presentation, you really need to bear in mind all the processes related to innovation, so that looking at things differently, because at the end of the day, sustainability, no company, no organization is either sustainable or not. This is a commitment, an ethos that you need to commit to yourself, and where we all need to be more sustainable. And to try and change the things we do, and to do so differently, for that, You need to incorporate values related to innovation, on doing things differently, knowing how we can do that. And I think, therefore, we need to work along with these research centers, providing us with different solutions and providing us with the opportunity to see how are we to attain a more sustainable food and so on. And I think that it's also important that we should not forget, and I think that's clearly specified in your guidelines, in that when speaking about sustainability, it's not just topics related to the environmental impact that gastronomy may have with a given business model on your restaurant, but at the end of the day, sustainability incorporates some other aspects. The environmental aspect, of course, and in case of gastronomy, this has a quite meaningful role when it comes to waste production and so on, but we should not forget about the other dimensions, the economic and the social and cultural dimensions. So, the commitment towards sustainability from the academia and from companies should try and find the top balance on this. Dr. Quintillac on Luerno was mentioning this, on their staff, on considering the cultural heritage, and or as we were seeing on Casa Amalia, which I found very interesting. And I think it's important to have this vision on the different dimensions of sustainability and seeing it as an ongoing process for improvement where we need to incorporate innovation in order to be able to make it happen, and we need to be in touch with centers, with organizations and companies in order to realize it. Are we really into this, Idoia, or at least trying to understand them? I think that something must have been done right, because I've been for 10 years working at the Basque Culinary Center when the project started, and I remember when Maria came to me asking for a sustainability event, and then I thought, well, but who's to attend? I mean, the restaurant owners are not into this, and yet you see that this is differently taken by the industry, maybe because of the pandemic, but at the end of the day, these will make the industry look at sustainable development in a different way. And that's on the industry side. But then, are we in touch with the students? I think that the demand, as you were saying, has really changed in our students, which seem to be well more aware than they were some 10 years ago. They are indeed the ones that are asking for things, that are telling, like, if we are to take a flight on this learning journey, I mean, what's the impact of this? So, sustainability is really difficult in where you strike the balance. And I think that there is much to be done, but we are in a good situation in that we have, on the one hand, a group of young people that are to become the leaders of the future, which are well more aware on the products, on the processes, on the people, and they are already coming up with proposals for sustainable projects, participating in social activities. So I guess that their drive is different from mine when I was 18 years old. And I think that we've gone a long way. Of course, we are using a different language from the academia. We are trying to create knowledge. And yes, of course, there's a difference between generations, but I think that we are on the right track to be in touch with them, as long as we see sustainability as they see it. In that, it's not an issue. It's indeed the solution, and we need to work for solutions. Yes, it's intrinsic and not extrinsical. Okay, so we will bring this to a close because we've taken up too much time, and I commit myself to it. But do you think that these poor practices, poor work in the sector should be validated? Well, I think that the industry is doing that on its own, in that, of course, no process is immediate. This is a long process. But this has already started, and the restaurant industry, at least when it comes to, let's say, more gastronomical restaurants, are more concerned on how to attract and keep talent. So, obviously, we from the education environment, we have some ability to act upon this. If we know, let's say, that a student is on an intern that's doing more works than required, it's not that we are to step aside, of course. We, not just with our students, but also with the industry, in trying to reach an understanding and to meet our mutual needs. I think that there is some room for improvement and for raising awareness. No. So it's not just flagging people, but I think that we have the ability to raise awareness from these institutions.
Besides everything we can do so that those bad practices become less and less common, and the contributions that can be done, as we all said, clients are increasingly more sensitive to sustainability matters, and those corporations that do not comply with real sustainability principles will be penalized by demand. We at the academia, in the scholarly world, can do things to accelerate the process so that it is regulated by the market, and to accelerate the process in a way, but in the end it is the market that will be self-regulating these bad practices. Chiara, how do we sort out this uncomfortable issue? Well, thanks to circularity, I would say. I love to listen to you. I have plenty of ideas boiling in my mind. The academia generating that kind of knowledge, research, top-notch research, plus professional, vocational training that can bring it down to earth and turn it into good practices, at the restaurants, because this is requested, because people who go out and do some scholarships and do some traineeships, they will be able to answer in a practical and collective way that they are doing they will realize that they're doing something good at work, not only in their personal lives. So change needs to happen quickly but progressively, so that companies don't get scared. I've had a restaurant for many years, trying to build a sustainable restaurant in Blanes 12 years ago. Of course, as you can imagine, things didn't work out that well. It was maybe too early for that. But it's very clear in my mind that we need to walk the business world towards that direction, as Casamelia always said, and we need to help those who have less knowledge, less digitization, who have trouble in understanding what is sustainable and what is not. And projects such as the ones you are busy with, so creating this sort of a red thread between us all, that circularity is the key. What about you, Bram? As universities, we universities are not going to change the world. But I think this is the ideal place to bring together people, communities, governments, businesses, multinationals, as we tried to do in the master's course that I coordinate, so that they discuss, so that they can talk about these topics. That's the only way forward. Only if we act together, we'll be able to change structurally. and comply with the purpose of education. So that's what we need to try and achieve. And the final customer, which is for us is our student, we need to accompany and facilitate things for that client, so that and give them the tools so that one day they might become someone who can lead the way towards sustainability. Mar, you're going to close this dialogue. Microphone, please. Microphone, please.
Y vuelvo a...
I would like to underscore something that is not too often said. It's not said often enough. When we look at, for instance, the restaurant sector, micro businesses are a big issue, because the university generates lots of knowledge, schools too, there are transfer centers, but it's very difficult to reach the small district restaurant. Of course, for a food chain is different. For a restaurant chain is different. But I mean, that's my constant thought. We need to find elements to reach out to the small businesses, to the small restaurants. For instance, if we pull together the demand, you might have access to certain products that otherwise would be out of your reach. So we need elements that will bring together the sector, including the small businesses, the small restaurants as well. It's been a fantastic restaurant. The gastronomic phenomenon, how is it interpreted? Marvin Harris, an anthropologist, said that this is good to eat, whatever is good to eat. And Levi used to say that whatever is good to think. Levi Strauss used to say that this is what is interesting. So this panel has been a fantastic food for thought.
Federica, siguiente mesa.
Federica, should we move on to the next panel?
El residuo como recurso.
Waste as a resource. This is the fourth section of our conference.
Muy bien. ¿Te doy paso? Ah, sí, sí. Introduzco solamente... ¿Estamos nosotros dos? Hola, buenos días. Hola. Los participantes que faltan intervienen en streaming también. Yo me pondré también para sumar. ¿Cuántos seremos aquí? Vale, creo que estamos los tres. Vale. Pues retomamos entonces con las...
So let's resume. The second ambition that Ellen MacArthur mentioned is to use waste as a resource. And in this case, we will now analyze how we can upcycle or upgrade and recover our waste. We will look at this from different angles. What would be the possible outcomes of waste, so that a person's waste becomes a raw material for others. About joint synergies, joint synergies and real multi-sectoral synergies. Gaby Susana from the Aprofitemos Aliments platform is going to be guiding this panel discussion. This is an organization that works to avoid food waste and to use whatever food is going to be wasted. They work a lot in catering, in the catering industry, and we would also like to talk about how waste can be seen as a resource, as a side product from the point of view of food. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for having invited me to come here. I represent an institution called Aprofitemos Aliments. Let's use up all food. This was created in 2014 as a result of an initiative to try and promote the reduction of food waste. The purpose was to find alliances between the different actors in the cycle, because we thought we realized we really needed to work together and have the full holistic view of the cycle. We don't consider ourselves experts in catering and collective canteens, but the project that has made us more visible is what we call the scrap food lunches. This is something that we do following the model of feeding the 5,000, following what Kristen Stewart says when he uncovered this global scandal, and we try to work with them and from different actors and at the different stages. So we are not experts in anything, but we do try to have an influence and to inspire with that purpose in mind. There's no competition in this sector. What is important is to see good practices replicated as often as possible. I will moderate this panel discussion on waste as a resource. We are clearly behind time, although Federica told me not to be so worried about that, but I had already, decided that I would optimize the time we have been allocated. So let's give the 5 witnesses more visibility, because I'm sure they will tell lots of interesting and inspiring things. My idea was to follow the order. I don't know if this should be the order. We have Eric Anderson from the Spill restaurant in Malmo. I think you're here. It must be you, probably. Yes, wonderful. I think you were here a couple of years ago, right? For another workshop of this kind. And I was really impressed. I fell in love with your project, and a question was ringing in my mind. You said that in 5 years' time you wanted to close down the business. And I wonder, well, how are you doing on that? Tell us more.
That's a vision, but COVID came across as well. But now it's a harder work than 5 years. It's more to change the system than 5 years. But it was a vision to have from the beginning that I wanted to shut down my restaurant in 5 years. In that time, we maybe could change the system. But yeah, it's too hard to do it in 5 years.
I understand. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, my name is Eric, and I'm running the restaurant Spill together with my wife Elinor and our amazing team in the restaurant. So what I'm going to do is talk about how we do it and why we do it and what we do at Spill. We take care of the food waste from suppliers. So what they can't sell to other restaurants, we buy it, and yes, we buy it because nothing is free, so we need to buy it to get it, and then we sort it out, we give it some love, and it could be around 1,000 to 2,000 kilos of vegetables a week. Could be 500 to 800 kilos of meat every week. it depends how much we can take care of and how much we want to take care of. The problem is that the source is there. It's about how we really can take care of everything. So yeah, Spill is a restaurant. We're doing lunches Monday to Friday. We serve around 250 people a day, sometimes 300. Not during COVID, obviously, but now lately this fall it's been upgraded. So yeah, we're back in what you could call normal days. We don't know what normal days is for us because we've been open for 3.5 years, and almost 1.5 years is in COVID. So we're trying to figure out what normal is and what the normal situation is for the food waste. So I want to say that we don't save the world, absolutely not, and we are not the solution. We are doing things that we show people how much food that goes to waste. We're showing people that you can serve 250 to 300 people a day that with food that goes to the bin, goes for waste. And that was one of my projects in the beginning. That's to see, could we change this? Is people willing to eat what they think is bad food that's rejected from other restaurants? And yeah, people, as long as the food tastes good, you just need to put some love in it, and you put the energy into it. And of course, it takes time. We have more chefs working on the food than maybe other restaurants because it takes time to take care of it. And of course, we can't have any menu because it's we don't know what we're getting. Every day is a new day, is a new delivery. We don't know how to expect, and so it's an open menu. We don't have any set menu. Every day we do 2 dishes, one with either meat or fish, or one veggie. Almost it's vegan, but you can choose vegan if you want to. And today we have maybe 40% of the guests eating vegan veggies, and then 60% choose the meat. So I think the planning is my plan is to have during let's say Monday morning, I want to have an idea of what we're serving on Tuesday lunch. That's how long we can do the plan. So every morning we start from zero and working for prepping the food for the lunch. And for me, why we do this is because it's wrong on the system. In Sweden, it's too cheap to throw food away, and I know it's the same almost in Europe. It costs nothing, almost nothing to throw it away. So for me, we need to change that because we have a high storage on the suppliers. And that's one of the biggest problems because it's easy to get everything all day, all year. You can call your supplier or you can go to your supermarket and you can get everything all year round. And because they want to have everything and they want to show you all that we can serve you. But as guests, as customers, we need also to accept that we don't have everything all the time. We all need to accept that we don't have tomatoes in January. We don't have the oranges in Sweden in July, because if we have it, it will taste shit. So we need to accept as a guest and as a customer, we don't have everything in the supermarkets all the time, and work more as seasonal and things like that. So one of the biggest problem we have is the storage. It's too much storage for the suppliers and for the supermarkets, and because it's so easy to throw it away, it's so cheap, they will do it. it's easy to throw it away and then buy it new, and then they sell it for 100%. I'm a bit fast here, so we can take some questions maybe. But for me, it's like we need to address the problem. For me, the problem is it's too easy to waste food, and how to take care of that. As I said, we don't save the world, but we're addressing the problem to showing people that you can take care of that food that goes to the bin. Because, yeah, it's not easy, but you can do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Muy bien, gracias, Eric. En principio tenemos a Constance Lambert, sí, en conexión desde Winnow.
I think Constance Lambert is connected. She is connected from Winnow. Winnow is an artificial intelligence tool to oversee waste. Constance, are you there?
¿Me escuchan? Ok, muy bien. Voy a compartir mi pantalla entonces. ¿Pueden ver mi pantalla bien? Muy bien. Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos. Soy Constance. Trabajo para Winnow desde 4 años. En Winnow hemos desarrollado una herramienta de inteligencia artificial para ayudar a los chefs de cocina a entender en detalle el desperdicio alimentario y por lo tanto controlarlo. Hoy día me gustaría decirles un poco más acerca de...
The sound has been lost.
Gustaría introducirles a 3 usuarios de esta tecnología. No sé si estaban allá 2 años atrás y si se acuerdan, pero 2 años atrás les había presentado a 2 personas. Una se llama Christine, que trabaja en IKEA y utiliza Winnow, y otro fue Puchon, un chef de Club Med. Este año les introduzco a primero Ángel. Ángel trabaja para los famosos hoteles de Iberostar, trabaja en República Dominicana. Iberostar en Punta Cana, en un hotel allá, ha instalado 7 sistemas para medir todo tipo de desperdicio que tienen en el hotel. Desperdicio de preparación, desperdicio de exceso de producción, desechos de platos, tanto en los restaurantes de los clientes que en el comedor de empleados. Están muy cometidos a entender el desperdicio para controlarlo y reducirlo. Él es Antonio. Antonio es un chef de la cocina que se llama Fourchette. Es una cocina de Elior, Italia, cerca de Milán. Y Antonio, antes de usar Winnow, preparaba su menú un poco al día, como lo sentía, sin realmente pensarlo. Ahora que utiliza Winnow y que entiende la cantidad de desperdicio generada por no planear, Antonio planea su producción con mucho más atención. Y este es VJ, si lo digo bien. Es el chef ejecutivo del Hotel Armani de Dubái. No sé si conocen este hotel, pero es un hotel muy famoso porque de mucho lujo y muy famoso también por una gastronomía de grande calidad. Tiene como 7 hoteles de 5 estrellas. Bueno, quizás se preguntan por qué estoy hablando de estas personas que viven en 3 continentes diferentes, que tienen cocinas muy distintas. De hecho, están mucho más parecidos que lo piensan. Primero, los 3 se preocupan mucho de la comida que sirven a sus clientes cada día. Segundo, los 3 están increíble ocupados. Trabajan mucho y están en todos lados en sus cocinas. Tercero, los 3 desperdician mucha comida. no porque están flojos o no porque no le importan, pero porque no tienen las herramientas necesarias para medir con precisión y entonces para controlar. Y para terminar, los tres han
this year to start using a tool called Winnow, which uses AI to fight food waste. And this is what I would like to talk to you today. We at Winnow believe that food is too valuable to be wasted. Only recently we started to understand the scale of food waste. I guess you know that. Especially now with the COP26 meeting in Glasgow, a third of all food produced around the world is wasted and ends up in the garbage bin every year. In fact, the environmental impact of food waste is by far higher than the impact of single-use plastics. It accounts for around 10% of global CO2 emissions. However, unfortunately, plastic receives all media attention, but we believe that we one day will have as much coverage with food waste as plastic currently has. Many companies are committed to reduce food waste, and we have a very positive outlook on how things will evolve. Let me try and understand the problem of food waste and the opportunities to reduce it. Let's see where it comes from. First of all, in consumption, we buy too much. Always. Too much food, which ends up being wasted. At restaurants, we prepare too much food for our guests, and that food ends up in the bin. In customer-oriented businesses, there's a large part of all the food that is wasted in developed countries. On average, it's roughly 30% of all the food waste that comes from restaurants, catering companies, hotels, and so on. According to the data we have obtained from our clients, we see that on average 10% of the food restaurants buy ends up in the garbage bin. The kind of waste depends on the kind of on the kind of food served at that restaurant. So, for instance, restaurants that prepare food in advance, for instance, those that offer a set buffet lunch, will have most of the excess. They prepare too much food and they have to throw the food away. At the end of the service, however, that food is perfectly eatable. Nowadays we have such high hygienic standards that it cannot be kept for the next service. In the restaurants where food is served à la carte, then we see that lots of dishes are most of the leftovers are leftovers in the client's dishes, in the client's plate. And the Winnow system helps restaurants understand all of this. They help us understand inventory waste, preparation waste, cooking waste, excess production, and also what is left on the plate.
Antes de realmente hablar del sistema.
Before I speak about the system itself, let me refer first to the pandemic, because it has had quite an impact on the kitchens. And we have conducted several surveys and pieces of research before and after to understand how this has impacted the customers. in order to respond to their needs. And what we have appreciated are three things. First, the amount of waste has increased by 50% after lockdown. And the relative amount of food waste versus the produced amount has increased. It's important to bear this in mind because restaurants face such a pressure on margin that they cannot allow themselves to have any waste. If they lose 1 percentage point on food waste at a time with additional cost, that single point is crucial. Another thing we observed is that sites with no measuring tools apparently have more food waste after the pandemic. And what we know is that when we start a new project with a customer, we try to come up with a benchmark period that will be the early weeks, the first weeks of the project, where we will be asking the customer to measure all food waste in their system, but before undertaking any changes, so that we can better understand their degree, their level of food waste. And after the pandemic, our new customers, the ones that before the pandemic would have had like 2% of food waste in their total sales, now they have a food waste amounting to 3.5% of their total sales. So there is an increased number of food waste after the pandemic. And this is probably the consequence, on the one hand, of losing historic data and therefore loss of visibility in the kitchens, but also a change in the demand in the restaurants. And why is there such a fluctuation in demand after the reopening? We have seen that there is an increase of food waste due to overproduction, but also due to food decay. Before the pandemic, less than 10% of food wasted was due to decay. And after the pandemic, in some areas, we have seen how this has risen up to almost 30% of all food waste. And good thing is that we have seen that food waste apparently seems on a trend towards the previous levels before the pandemic, after the reopening of the kitchens. Now let me tell you about what we can provide when we contribute with this AI measuring tool. IKEA was our first customer in 2013 when it was created, and the first to try our AI solution. The system that you can see in this picture is the NTES system. We used to have a better looking one. You can see here that the tablet is separated from the camera and from the computer. Now it was rougher, but now this has a greater outlook, a greater appearance. We're including a waving scale, which is connected to this box, which is fixed on the table, where you have the display, the dashboard, and a camera that takes a picture of everything that is put into the garbage bin. So it's based on machine learning, meaning that it learns by reviewing the images of the food waste, and the final goal being that the device is able to recognize food waste without any need of human input. We have collected millions of data so that we can teach the device, and now the system recognizes many things, but we still need more data for the system to be fully independent. And back to IKEA. IKEA is a committed customer on sustainability, and they installed Winnow in all their kitchens all over the world. They are fully committed to the reduction of food waste, but not only that, they also want to bring in their staff, and they want to raise awareness in the kitchens, but also among their customers. They are holding several marketing campaigns in their kitchens, in their restaurants, to show that something can be done to prevent food waste, and that IKEA and Winnow are working together to have a greater impact. And I have a short clip here just to show you how this system works. And as I was telling you, there is a camera that goes into this box, weighing scale, and then you throw the food waste into the garbage bin, then a picture is taken, and then we get the information that's needed. Good thing is that you don't need to scan and throw. No, you only throw the food waste into the bin, and then the last food that was thrown into the bin is recognized by the camera. This system with artificial intelligence, but also in the case of smaller kitchens with less assets, with less possibilities for investment, but wanting to do something to fight against food waste, we have some other solutions for them. And these are the ones. We have what we call the track system, which is just a tablet, and you get the app in the tablet so that you can measure food waste, and you can have access to reports and data that can be easily reviewed and analyzed. We also have the waste monitor system, which is like the first system we had back in 2013 and still implemented in some kitchens, with a weighing scale connected to the tablet with no camera, but yet providing you with interesting pieces of data that would help you in making decisions against food wasting. And then the vision system that I just told you about. The data we provide to our customers are different types of data. We send them reports on a daily or weekly or yearly basis, depending on their needs. They also have an online access to our training platform, where they can see all their data, where they can have a monitoring, where they can create reports. And also an important thing is that if they use the camera system, they get to see all the pictures in their food waste, and you see that it has often a greater impact because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and so they have quite a powerful impact in that they can better understand what's going on, and they can implement straight actions to change things. And this is just an example on how salmon, on the bottom picture, first day, there is a significant part of salmon left, and after a while it slightly improves, and after a few months it has improved significantly. So what we want to do is that through pictures maybe you can have a better capacity building with your staff so that they learn how to make the most out of your raw materials. And if you are to discard like 5 kilos of rice, well, maybe it's 500 grams a week afterwards, and all in all you can decrease food waste. Constance, please, we should be finishing this presentation. And I think it's very important for our customers, because now our customers, between 2 to 8% of their food costs, this has increased in their savings, and all in all a reduction of 50%. And this is only speaking about direct savings. There are also some indirect savings in that you will be using less water, less energy, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to you. Constance, I had a question for you. These new versions, and I think the monitor was the early version, but what's been the level of implementation, like the track, for instance? Because I think that here in Spain, in most are middle-sized restaurants, and they are looking for devices that are ready to use and simple to use. And maybe the whole system is for hotel chains or restaurant chains, or like the example you used, IKEA or Iberostar. But then for a middle-sized restaurant, which probably is most of our restaurants here, what are you implementing mostly? Well, with most of our customers are major companies with restaurant chains, and so they have some big kitchens using WinnoVision, and then using track for smaller kitchens. And then I would say that half the kitchens will be using WinnoVision, and then half the kitchens will be using WinnoTrack. We don't work with independent restaurants, not yet. Maybe this will change, but we don't work with independently owned restaurants because the track system has some basic features, but it's more like a template people needs to use. So we are still in a process of creating or working on the template so that it can be provided to some other restaurants. Yes, because that's a challenge, isn't it? To reach out to most restaurants so that you really are able to quantify how much you are progressing in your restaurant. And I think that's a challenge for you, reaching out to these middle restaurants, which might be the prevalent type of restaurant in many countries. Well, thank you. And now let's move on to Gustavo Perez Berlanga, the director of social responsibility for Restaurantero Gigante Group, and he's on with us on this online conference. Can you hear us? Yes, can you hear me fine? Yes, we do. Well, greetings from Mexico, and good afternoon, I guess, to you. Good morning to us in the other side of the Atlantic. How much time do I have for my presentation? Like 10, 12 minutes? Yeah, 10, 12 minutes. Did you hear me? 10, 12 minutes, Gustavo. Is that okay with you? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Gustavo? Yes, we are hearing you, but apparently you are not hearing us. So how much time do I have? Like 10, 12 minutes?
10, 12.
10, 12 minutes. Can you hear me fine? Well, yes. 10, 12 minutes, roughly. Okay, great. So that'll be 10 minutes. Let me introduce the company first, and then I will elaborate on the regenerative agriculture, and then on waste management, and I will break down into organic and non-organic waste. I've been for 21 years working on a major restaurant chain in Mexico with 5 brands: Socks, Panda Express, and Favorite, Shake Shack, and Brick Factory. Tox is like your Spanish VIPs, in that this is a family restaurant. Then Shake Shack on burgers. Then we have Farolito, which is Mexican food, mostly tacos. And then Brick Factory, which is craft beer with a restaurant next to it. We had a restaurant with over 300 points of sale. And I will tell you at the end of my presentation what we do on regenerative agriculture, because for 18 years we incorporated into our value chain products grown in indigenous communities. Restaurants use honey harvested by us Moose indigenous people in the southern part of the Pacific Ocean in Mexico. Granola, chocolate, coffee, vanilla, marmalade. These are all products coming from indigenous communities in a sustainable, responsible, equitable manner. And through these we have eradicated poverty for thousands of people all over the country, and we are the only Mexican company that acts as an advisor to United Nations on food and people's rights. That's it for the part on regenerative agriculture. I will not deepen into this topic because I don't have the time. Let me focus on the waste part. I will speak about the organic part, both on food and not on food. Not sure if you know about the food waste pyramid. There's a pyramid where the first step is preventing these from happening. Then the second step is, can you use that for human consumption, such as a food bank? And thirdly, can it be used for animal consumption? And the fourth is, can it be used for industrial use? And fifth, can it be composted? And then the last one is for healthcare environment. On prevention, being in a restaurant chain with a significant amount of food waste, first thing we researched was the type of dishes that were having the greatest amount of waste. And we realized that in some salads, some soups, and some drinks were amongst the most wasted. So we increased the range of sizes: 2 sizes for soups, 3 sizes for salads, and some Mexican dishes with 2 different sizes. And by implementing this slight change in our business model, we decrease by 30% our food waste.
I was explaining this in a forum in Canada, and I remember that an American restaurant owner told me that he or she could not do anything because I always have huge portions, the Texas size, as we call it. That was my business plan. Okay, so what I told this gentleman is, maybe you could start doing things differently. You don't need to reduce your portions, your servings. You simply need to give clients options to choose from. And we are generating more money now because people do not feel that they are wasting their money on the table, but rather they now can choose, and they are getting, well, they're eating all they pay for. That was the first item. Try not to waste within your business model. Something else, we used to put bread on the table, always. And whenever the client would come in, we would put either biscuits over lunch or two bread buns at breakfast. And now we ask them, do you want some bread? And if you do, what kind of bread would you like? Would you prefer wholemeal or white bread? Would you want like one bun, two, three, whatever? We reduced the amount of wasted bread by 70% because then we only give the client what he or she is going to eat. So on the top of the list, first of all, avoiding waste. Then in the kitchen, whenever there's any left over, we allied with the food bank of Mexico to start distributing food that never went on the client's table and that were perfectly suitable for human consumption, but it is not part of our business model because everything that is given on a day is to be eaten on that day, according to us. That led to another 20% reduction in waste. While at the same time, we were helping some foundations, especially in Mexico, where we have 60% of our business with over 100 restaurants. Then came the next level, the organic level that is not eatable. That's where we started using that for animal consumption, of course complying with certain health conditions. And then we started to sell orange peel for industrial use, for instance. They make orange flavor for cosmetics, orange scent. They squeeze it, they double squeeze it. And then there's another client who buys spread to all our outlets around the country. It's only in Mexico, DC, which is a 20 million inhabitants area. That's for food and for organics. Because what is not eatable but is organic can be used in such a way. And now that I have 2 minutes left, let me talk about non-food. We sell cardboard, paper, aluminium, single-use plastics. All of that is sorted, upgraded, and sold. And we sell it to different buyers, and the money we get from that, from those sales, is used to support our employees. In health issues, for instance, if an employee needs a wheelchair or a drug they cannot buy or they cannot pay for because it's not paid by the national healthcare system and they don't have the money for it. If a worker needs, I don't know, some lab tests, lab work, so whatever. For those who have lower income, money comes from this fund. And this initiative has led us to have the lower worker turnover in the sector. So our collaborators sort, we upgrade, we sell, and then the money comes back to them. So they do not only have we don't only achieve an environmental benefit because our carbon footprint is heavily reduced, but we also see the economic benefit for the company because we're not spending in things which are eventually not used for the customer experience. We have a social benefit because it goes straight into our worker when we give this money to the Green Fund, and then also for the foundations when we provide food to the Mexican Food Bank. So in the 30 minutes I have left, I would like to summarize a few recommendations. Please avoid wasting. Look closely at your business model. Identify the causes, and then the first question you need to ask yourself is, can I do things differently? Can I do things better? And based on that, then translate that into specific initiatives. We spend a lot of time in training and education and awareness raising and capacity building so that people will have the skills to do these things, because in the end they are the ones implementing all of this. So my time is up. Thank you very much. My 10 minutes are over. Thanks.
Felicidades, Gustavo, un proyecto tan completo.
Thank you very much, Gustavo, for such a comprehensive and circular project, because as you well said, the best waste is what is non-produced. So we need to focus on prevention of food waste. Okay, thank you very much. We now have Marine Rojas. She's connected. Okay, Marines, good morning. She's the product officer at Boomerang. Boomerang sells a reusable food container, sort of a Tupperware, which is becoming more and more used by restaurants. Marines, can you tell us more?
¿Nos oyes bien?
Un poco bajo.
¿Un poco bajo?
Escucho mejor el doblaje que el original.
Vale. Aquí los técnicos. Vale, nosotros te escuchamos
¿Me
bien.
escucháis bien a mí?
Sí, 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 te escuchamos bien.
Can you hear me well? If you can hear me well, that's fantastic. So, let me tell you about Boomerang. Rather than a Tupperware, is a system, an alternative to single-use packaging. We work in the hotel and restaurant sector, the HoReCa sector. This project stems from a number of problems we find. On average, Europeans generate 172 kilos of packaging waste a year. Recycling is not a solution. Recycling rates are very low, and they do not offer a solution for the huge problem of packaging waste. The problem is not the material. We cannot now go into a system where we replace plastic with potato, corn, or other materials. Rather, the problem is how we use that container. What we do is slightly different from what the other speakers have mentioned. We are not working with food waste, but rather with packaging waste. And our mission is to rule out the single-use habits in the restaurant and catering world, and we do that in different ways. We have encountered a number of opportunities to bring new solutions. Consumers, end customers, and restaurant owners are looking for something more sustainable than what they have. The new laws will push reuse of packaging. We're seeing that in France and Germany, where packaging is changing by law. Delivery companies such as Glovo or many others, Deliveroo, are doing tests to find other ways to bring food to their clients in a more sustainable way, and many packaging corporations are trying to find alternatives to what they do because they are seeing how new bills are being drafted and they are going to force the market to change. We are submitting a fully digitalized solution. It's a product as a service. This product cannot be bought. You actually rent them, the sort of a rent or a lease. Let me explain. For final clients, this thing is quite simple. The client would have a mobile app with an identifier. If you want to go and pick up food in a restaurant, you will have the code, and then the packaging will be identified there. You eat, you experience the wonderful eating experience, and then you give back your packaging. So you use it, you enjoy it, and then you bring it back. For restaurants, the use is quite simple. They need to serve their food in this packaging, which are better when eating because there's no spill. They preserve the heat much better. They stay warm. It can be used for takeaway food, and they participate in the cycle by washing all this packaging and by scanning the codes. And what is the boomerang value proposition? Well, it's a network effect, because the easier it is to give back the packaging, the easier it'll be for users to use it. So now the service is not to sell a package, because you might have your own packaging at home. Boomerang offers the possibility of anywhere you go in the network, there will always be a package waiting for you. You don't need to carry it in your handbag. And it works because we work in the model of a circular economy. About the business model, you will wonder how does this work? This is fully free for users who pay for the cost of the solution. They pay per use, and they also have a yearly fee to be part of the network for maintenance and to have a certain set of benefits. Boomerang was created in late 2019 with an MVP and 2-3 restaurants in Barcelona. Then we started working in offices by offering catering. It's a model, it works pretty well, but then COVID came, and we all know that it has affected us dearly. And then we had to stop, take a step back, and we reviewed everything we were doing. We reviewed the product, and we created a web app. There was a new funding round to set up the team and all of that, and then in late 2020 we published an app for Android and iOS. The system runs on this, and we currently, some of the stepping stones we have already covered is that we currently have important groups that belong to our networks: Teresa Carles, Pokesi, Semproniana, and many others. We've been able to work with Globo. We run a pilot test in July. This, of course, is opening up many doors, and it provides opportunities to see that if we collaborate, we can reach the change we all need. And what is the situation at the moment? We have had different tests with the goal of improving the customer experience to make it really easy for them to use our service instead of throwing away the packaging. We started in September. This is still ongoing with some zero waste online supermarkets to try and offer an assistance in the giving back the packaging. So you buy in that supermarket, and if you have any Boomerang packaging, you can give it back through their logistics system. We started collaborating as well with a co-working center called CloudWorks, so users can have advantages if they use Boomerang. They have a discount in restaurants in the area. And basically, we are trying to eliminate the friction of this brand new model and to make things easy for everyone. And finally, we just signed a collaboration agreement and we received funding from a company called Duni. It's a Swedish company which is one of the leaders in sustainable packaging. And basically, to give you an idea of our roadmap and the project we have, we're constantly changing the system to make the customer experience better, both for the end user and for the restaurants. And we will start changing the system on how we track packaging. It is fully digitalized and and we will soon start working with canteens, so we're really excited about that. If any canteens are listening in and if they would like to add this to their services, please don't hesitate to contact us. We are going to launch another format, a new product, which is coffee mugs in the first quarter 2021, and we're currently working on an API, developing a digital platform for delivery companies, and that will be implemented next year.
When it comes to the impact and some quick pieces of data, we are present in over 80 restaurants in Barcelona and the surrounding area with over 3,200 registered users. And these, all in all, means that we have prevented over 38,000 single-use packages. This wouldn't have been possible without the team behind Boomerang. And we have the digital part also, and we have plenty of passion and putting reuse everywhere. And as Gustavo was telling about the pyramid of waste, first thing is preventing, avoiding any waste. So the best thing is for this never to happen. Thank you.
Aprovecho para recordar si alguien tiene alguna pregunta que hacer. Y yo te quería hacer una pregunta.
So if you have any questions, by the way, I do have a question. Something that I've often found in that I guess that if the restaurant has not worked along with you, we as users, we cannot have access to Boomerang, isn't it? So what can we do on that? What would be the clear message to send to the citizens? So in order to consolidate the implementation of these alternative packaging. As a user myself, if I am to go to a restaurant or if I am to make a phone call for a delivery, am I to ask them for a Boomerang packaging? Is that the way? I mean, how can we help you? Well, you can use Boomerang packages in the restaurants that we work with, that we partner with. So in the ones that we don't partner with, well, you can ask for that and you can push for it so that they try to. Okay, we know that. Thank you very much, Marines. Any questions? So next presentation is by Cristina Perez from Mau San Miguel, and she will tell us on how they are promoting circular economy at the point of sale and for their hotel customers, and how they are approaching these in beer production, and what are the main challenges they are facing on this regard. Christina, you have the floor. Good morning. So, good afternoon. Not sure if you can hear me fine. Yes, we do. Can you hear me? Yeah? Yes, go ahead. Great. So, first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to join this panel discussion, which I found so interesting. Since I know we don't have that much time, let me quickly tell you about how we are promoting circular economy for our customers. Yeah, one thing, Christina. Again, 10, 12 minutes at most, please. Probably less than that. Probably less. Great. So we at Mao San Miguel are aware that we are facing a more demanding citizenship on sustainability. So asking from brands and companies new ways of making and selling. In a recent survey we carried out to understand the impact of sustainability on customers, we found out some revealing pieces of data that we'd like to share with you. Over 50% of the people that we surveyed were considering undertaking more sustainable habits in their daily lives, and over 65% would prioritize using or consuming in outlets that take into consideration their impact in the planet. And we at Mao San Miguel Beer Manufacturing Company, we are supporting the customers on that trend, and for that we want to have hotel places to be more sustainable areas. How are we doing this? On the one hand, we work for furnitures and materials to be sustainable. We have developed fully sustainable and recyclable material, recycled and recyclable material for the terraces, and this is a pioneer in this industry, and this creates a social value because we have created a circuit to hand out these terraces to NGOs, and we have donated over 2,500 units, benefiting over 25,000 people of underprivileged. And we also try to provide our circular economy with our own bottles, and we want to remove virgin plastic and guaranteeing that they are fully recyclable or reusable by 2030. As of today, as one of our major milestones, 100% of our bottles are recyclable. 84% of the ones we send to hotels are brought back to our production centers. All Solanda Cabra's water bottles are made of other bottles, fully circular. By 2022 it will be the gallon bottle. And we have also we have removed plastic from 12 of our SKUs, Mao, Alhambra, San Miguel beers, which has led to a saving of 90 billion kilos of plastic per year. On how we value waste in our own production, we are already zero waste at our manufacturing centers, meaning that over 99.9% of the waste we create is valued, and we do so by working on waste management plans and being more efficient on them. As an example, I can tell you about two initiatives that we have performed and were a major step forward. On the one hand, for many years we are using the offshoot, the dry product that is used on beer for the livestock industry. On the other hand, not just on waste but also on energy consumption, at our Burgos manufacturing site we are partnering with Veralia, a glass manufacturing company, so that we use their heat, their thermal production, and to reducing our natural gas consumption. And on the limitations that we have spotted, or the main challenges that we have detected in our company that might prevent us to move forward along these lines. I would say that the biggest barrier can be found in the issues on R&D, because Maus and Miguel is a company committed to sustainability, but yet not finding available choices with the required criteria for sustainability, or if there is, it's not escalated and therefore it means significant higher costs, which make it not feasible. Adding to this, the lack of raw materials that we are now experiencing and the volatility of prices. And here, cost acts as a barrier, even though yet we commit to sustainable solutions despite cost. This is something that cannot be incorporated on the long run. Hopefully I didn't take up too much time, and that's all I wanted to tell you. Thank you. This last comment of yours was interesting in that often the regulation moves at a faster pace than the available tools to make this food waste reduction effective. Let me remind you, by the way, that 4 days before the pandemic, the new Spanish law on the prevention of food waste, the new Catalan law, sorry, was passed, and it is about to be rolled out, and there are some guidelines that are to facilitate this prevention of waste and the reporting tools that will be used. Also, on waste, there is a new bill being drafted, but anyway, on food waste, this will be mandatory. Food companies will be forced to report and to have an action plan for the prevention of food waste. Thank you very much, Christina. And now we will give the floor to Miguel, for he has been here waiting with us patiently. Good morning, Miguel. He is the corporate chef for Iberostar for 12 years, an expert buffets and restaurants and hotels. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the organizers. I'll try and keep it short, knowing that I'm the only one between you and lunch. I'll try to speed up. So maybe if we can have the video of Wave for Change. So can we play it? There's sound, by the way.
Son cosas del directo, ¿eh?
Usual things you find in live events. It's a link.
Bueno, no pasa nada. ¿Seguimos?
Anyway, no big deal. Let's move on, and while you try to sort this out. Is this working, by the way? Okay, great. So while you try to sort this out, let's move on. Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm the corporate chef for Europe in Iberostar, and Constance just told you about the project we're carrying out in EMEA. And let me tell you about the company I'm representing here. This is a family corporation on its 4th generation and stemming from the textile industry, more specifically from shoewear. And here, the company evolved towards traveling, mostly looking into travel agencies. We are now more focused on hotels, which is the core of our business these days. and is led by the father and his two daughters, Don Miguel Flusa and Gloria and Semina Flusa, the CEOs. Iberostar is a 100% family-owned company with over 100 hotels and a team with presence in over 20 countries, with 34,000 people working, over 34,000 different nationalities, and over 34,000 rooms, all of them plastic-free since 2020, quite a significant milestone. Our goals are clear in that we want to lead responsible tourism in our industry. We also want to be waste-free by 2025, and for that we have the agenda 2030 to be carbon-free by then. Can we have the clip later? Okay, just let me know. Well, so basically what brought us here was a significant drive within our own company with a change, a generational change, as many of the previous speakers have pointed out, and this has been led by this fourth generation in the owners, which is based in this wave of change that I was telling you about, and which is based on several pillars. What makes us unique in the hotel industry is quality, sustainability, location, because we're always in the best beaches in the world, gastronomy, and the personality, the uniqueness of our hotels, and how we care about the setting we're in. We are promoting responsible tourism everywhere, and this has become the core of our operations, focusing on both the people and the environment. And people meaning both the customers, the staff, and the stakeholders, and the environment meaning both the systems and the oceans. Some unique experiences that we are based upon and that become the very value of our operations is what's known as honest food. Honest food is something that we have incorporated into our menus, in the way we relate with our suppliers and how we approach this. Honest food has three working areas: natural, fresh and homemade gastronomy, additive-free and seasonal food. Responsible gastronomy, having much to do with fish, in acquiring fish from responsible sources, and for that we wanted to have it by 2025 fully from responsible sources, and multicultural cooking, and a gastronomy that is really able to transform the flavors with the products around us. Then aliveness, because we want to connect the environment we're in and to have the customers feeling about where we are and what we want to convey. Then StarCam, since we are a family targeted business and we differentiate with 3 different age ranges, and we try to bring our values to them on healthy habits, cooperation, and this is what our goal is looking at. And then the wave of change, based on 3 areas, 3 pillars with 3 different types of actions, focusing on the oceans with a circular economy, plastic-free hotels by 2020. This was a challenge we set for ourselves, which at first may look like a utopia, but now in 2020 we are already single-use plastic-free. Then the use of responsible fisheries, and the coastal or coastline health and well-being, because our company would be nothing without the oceans, without the seas. Unless we protect them, our business will flounder. And furthermore, our 2030 agenda is very much aligned with this and with commitments that we want to have. Again, single plastic free hotels and carbon neutrals. The use of fully responsible fisheries by 2025, the ecosystems and the improvement of the well-being of the oceans with several projects, and being ambassadors of what we do, in that our customers really come to us based on what we do. And also certifying hotels in responsible tourism certification, which is the next step that we have set. Some achievements: 100 hotels and 34,000 rooms free of any single plastic products, including toothbrush, bags, anything you might imagine on single-use plastic, and which has led to a change in the model, where we have provided with over 450 water fountains in our hotels. And an example is that in our hotels we provide our customers, our guests, with bottles, telling them where they can find the closest water fountain, and they can refill that whenever they want to. And so, thinking out of the box, we have 14 certified restaurants on sustainable fishery, and we were pioneers on that in Europe, and we certified 14 restaurants in MSC and ASC, which is the only certification entity on sustainable fishery, and with over 15,000 kilos out of these sources. We also have four coral seeds for aiming at the repopulation of coral, and we have a coral lab and repopulating over 2,500 mangroves that are important to the sites where we have our hotels. We are aiming at a fully waste-free circular economy. We are measuring all processes in all our operations, and we are decreasing food discards, food waste. We are cooperating with several partners, and for long we've been working with them in that regard, and we are creating 3R units, which are teams that help us identify, sort, and to look at the rooms and the areas for improvement, and to prevent waste. And this helps us changing even our operations, so that we can prevent like the use of boxes amongst others, and so these are a lot of customers that we have, and we are heading towards a circular economy, carbon neutral economy, and we are turning our gasoline devices into electricity devices and turning into renewables. Responsible consumption of fish and shellfish. Our goal for this year was 75%, and as of today we are at 70%, meaning that 640 fish tons come from responsible sources. And these signals before and after. And I've been surprised that people don't speak that much about fish, because this is where we started our journey. We have had to decrease several fish species to be able to provide these proximity products, and also considering fishing techniques that we have heard about this morning. We will keep on working on the well-being of coastal health. We are repopulating the mangroves in the areas where we are, in the Caribbean islands. We will promote scientific journals and papers, because our approach is based on science, and these are all people, the ones you see in the picture, these are all scientists that are working with us and help us improve. So there is a significant investment on talent, a talent that helps us think differently. Grants and scholarship are given in the Balearic Islands University, and there is also a project specific on that. Some metrics, because unless you measure things, you cannot improve. So we are obsessed on metrics, day in, day out, both on waste, on pollution, also on amenities. And this was probably one of the biggest challenges in replacing single-use amenities and focusing on that and wanting our customers to realize that and wanting them to appreciate that. Let me tell you about an example of circularity and also a partnership we had amongst the companies and the governments and the suppliers, because these are people helping us, supporting us, and without them we wouldn't survive probably. This project is made up of 5 steps. First, separating the organic fraction, then weighing it. And here I'm not speaking about decreasing food waste, I'm only measuring. Then the collection by the city services, and then the generation, the production of compost. And we have an agreement with one of the suppliers, and they have some plantations, and we also buy the product that they supply to us. We started last year on this compost, and we've had the first fruits this year. This comes along with a tech platform so that we can let our customers know about it through QR codes, and so that they get to know about where these fruits were originated, and specifically where these melons were originated. So we want to bring in as much people as possible and we want to let them know what we are doing in our aim at decreasing the waste that we are producing. What about the clip? Is this working? Is this a video?
No.
Si no, vemos el otro.
Maybe the other one. Well, maybe I can see the other one.
No pasa nada. Si nos ponéis el otro... Hola, Cristina.
No, porque... No, para entrar en el tuyo, para poner el vídeo tenía que salir de la presentación.
Ah, vale, perdón.
Para salir de la presentación ha salido Cristina.
I am the ocean.
Este es el primero.
Now that my life is ending, I look back and do not regret anything. I have lived many things. I have seen so many things. I have organized dance festivals and races. There are so many and such good memories. That they help me to carry on better in this time of sadness. Some say I can still heal. I do not know if it's too late. But diving into my memories, I've seen you change so many times that I cannot lose hope in you.
This is the wrap-up clip. Are we
Para mí
to
Hora
see
de Cambio es una gran iniciativa que busca.
Well, this video tells you about, in just 40 seconds, how, where we are, and is the melon video, because it's melons. What we have grown, this is the transformation plant in Pilne, in Majorca. This is a well-advanced high-tech plant, incorporating all the processes. And it's not only us there are also some other hotel chains that have joined us in this project. We have our own melon production facilities, and if we can recycle and come with more tons of compost, we will also incorporate some other products, such as vegetables and so on. Aubergines, onions, peppers, and the farmers, the growers are willing to provide us, and it's true that that's a part of what we do, and we want to give a second life to that waste. If you have any doubts, I'll be happy to answer your questions about this wave of change, which is in our DNA, and thanks to this wave of change that has granted us so many awards and recognitions, we have become leaders in responsible tourism. Thank you.
Proyecto Nor.
Now that's a tremendous project, and congratulations on that. Great work. This is about the conclusion of this panel discussion. I guess I have some 5 minutes, Federica. We are facing a dual challenge here on feeding a planet in a healthy, nutritious way without breaking it. I think that we have lots of theory, but we need to move into action. And it's true that our lifestyle and this race we're in is not making things easy for us, because precisely what's often quick and convenient is what makes the most waste. I guess we are all aware that moving into more sustainable and healthier settings means considering the value of food. We have talked very much about the seasons and proximity, but there is the third variable in the well-used food. And I know that now I'm focusing here on food waste, but I think that this is a problem so big that we need to stress it. According to the latest reports, we see that there's many food waste from farm to the table. And in the restaurant industry, kitchens, cooks, chefs play a big role because you have a powerful voice, you have much say in the food cycle, and the way you do your work acts as a role model to create a positive impact. I would also like to stress, and this has been viewed throughout the morning, that communication, in my view, is at the very foundation, both on capacity building your staff, but also on making customers aware and getting them to know about the significant developments that have taken place. So working on communication, both in-house and outside the company, is the only way to raise awareness. And it is through motivated teams that are aware that you can do this, that you can show a more stable commitment. We have also heard about quantifying things, and Miguel reminded us about these, because quantifying enables you to visualize the waste that we are generating, and we may think that it's not that much because we don't see it together, but it is much necessary in order to measure the progress towards the goals and to identify which rooms for improvement we have. I think that's about it. And let's bear in mind that the more knowledge, the less food waste. And let me bring this discussion to a close with a positive remark, in that we need the will, we need the passion, and we need the imagination, such as the Silo restaurant created, and I'm sure Eric would agree to that, in that food waste also shows a lack of imagination. So don't feel overwhelmed in this transition towards sustainability. I think that this is something that needs to be brought closer to home and to feel like you own it, because there is much to be done, and it's a long process. It needs to be done step by step. But I think we can easily implement things, starting from small measures up to bigger challenges. Well, thank you very much. And And thanks, Gabby, Susanna, for wrapping up on the main items behind these presentations. Thanks to all panelists, to all attendees. And we invite you to stay for us for lunch. And on the second session, we have catering here in the hall of the building, also with some networking opportunities. Thank you.
Bienvenidos, estamos aquí de...
Welcome to you all. We're back. We will start with the panel discussion on eco-conception with top-notch interpreters. Before, I would like to thank Sustainable Restaurants not only for having devised this conference, but also for having invited design to it. Design is essential, and any restaurant, any profession should have design. When I heard Lluerna speaking, they said that they had created new products, such as those boxes to eliminate styrofoam, or the washing machines. This is actually product design. Somebody else talked about how well clients should feel at the office. That's customer experience, and how they were closing down on Thursday and to discuss their improvements. So that's design thinking. So design is already in there. Ellen MacArthur used to say that we need to rethink the world of food, and for that it needs to be redesigned. So design is all over the place. Very often, design is understood as aesthetics only, or we're only familiar with some of the branches of design, but design goes beyond that. Design means tools, methodologies, techniques, which end up becoming products and services to find a solution for a specific problem. Today, the purpose is to introduce a zero-waste circular program with the slightest impacts in the field of restaurants. So we have here a number of designers who do R&D, marketing, concept design, circular economy, and so on. They will be telling us about their proposals to turn restaurants in a waste-free space, or to give a new life to this waste. We will also talk about innovation processes and how they can open the path to sustainable restaurants, because restaurants are not places where we can simply eat some food, but rather live an experience. And if this experience has a positive impact, it'll be even more memorable, but especially it will be repeatable. So let's begin with the presentations. We will start with Luc Ribot, co-founder and marketing director of Circular. He has had over 20 years of experience in social consultancy communication in terms of social corporate responsibility and social issues. And here with Circular, he has brought together businesses and circularity, two of his passions. You have the floor, Luis. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Foundation of Sustainable Restaurants for having organized this conference. I will not tell you about food or regenerative agriculture. I will talk about the world of textile. But let me talk about linearity and circularity, the reason that brought us here, and the reason why circular exists. An image is worth 1,000 words, so let's see the differences between a linear and a circular model. You see the line, I was going back and forth when I was at home, but I see it's static, it doesn't matter, but a straight line has got a beginning and an end, and when it comes to the end, it goes back to the beginning, and we start again, 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 and again. However, a model that has a curve or a circle is a constant movement. It has no beginning and no end, and that's the main difference between a linear and a circular model. Our society has created a production and consumption model following this linear pattern. So, raw material selection, manufacturing, transport, consumption, and then I throw it away and I go back to square one. So I extract, I manufacture, I transport, I consume, and then I throw away. So this model is, I don't know if you know about this gentleman, but he is one of the advocates of program obsolescence, which consists of reducing the useful, the shelf life or the useful, the life cycle of a product, so that people have to buy another one soon and improve, and that will improve our profit. But that has increased design without taking into account resource extraction, manufacturing, logistics, consumption, and extraction, as well as waste. This is leading to an unsustainable situation, as we heard in one of the presentations this morning. Somebody said, we're going to hell. Well, we will. In Spanish, they said, we're going to end up in deep shit. Deep shit. Well, yeah, we will. We will end up in deep shit. 29th July was the overload day. That's the day when the Earth resources are finished, and we start with the overexploitation. In 2050, we will need 3 planets to feed our current planet, and 29th of July was the overshoot day, and in 2050, well, there's an increase of generation of 70%, and the amount of garbage is amazing. Plastic, by 2050 there will be more plastic than fish in the sea. In 2017, 40 million tons of plastic were created. Every second, a plastic truckload is thrown in the sea. 3 truckloads have been already spilled in the ocean, and as I said, by 2050 there will be more plastic than fish in the seas. Unsustainable situation which forces us to try and bend the linear model that we come from. Many of you are doing such an effort, as we see on the screen, to turn this straight line into something more circular, and that's why we come into play. Circular. We want to support, promote, and consolidate this environmental commitment through the way you dress, or through the way you dress your staff. So your uniforms, because programmed obsolescence is also part of the fashion industry. In the last years, we've gone from what we thought we had in mind as when we were young. We had the summer collection, the winter collection, and now we have 50 collections over 1 year. And in shops, you see that stocks turn over every 3 weeks. So we have compulsive shopping, products that we are not going to last for long, or products that, well, if it gets broken or if I don't like it, I will change it because I can buy the next t-shirt for €3 without thinking about what's behind that. Just a small piece of information: textile production has increased by 400% in the last 40 years. So if we dress ethically and sustainably, we are going to generate a positive environmental and social impact, because the fashion industry is the second most polluting industry in the world. It accounts for 8 to 10% CO2 emissions. It's second in terms of water pollution. To produce a t-shirt, you need almost 2,000 liters of water. For some blue jeans, 10,000. It pollutes water. There is an urban legend saying that if you go to rivers in China or in India, you will see what the fashionable color for the next season is, because you will see rivers in that color. It also generates plenty of waste, 1 million tons of textile waste in Spain alone. If we align these trucks filled with all this textile waste, they would go all the way to Madrid from Barcelona. Recycling is very low. And finally, social inequality. And just a few data: the amount of production that happens in the Far East, 60 to 70%. The difference in salaries between Spain and Bangladesh is there, 93%. Working days are 33% longer, and 8,000 kids are still working in Delhi in the textile industry. So that's modern child slavery. So we want to have sustainable and ethics fashion, but we can also have an impact on consumption and awareness. Internally, I don't know if you're familiar with the idea of invested cognition. This is a theory according to which someone adapts the way he or she dresses. And if we dress our team, our employees in an ethical and sustainable way, we will also be generating this awareness. We will raise awareness among our team, and then our business, our restaurant will join in this mentality. There's also an example, consistency. It's also a reputational issue. This is the Torres brothers dressed with circular. If you have a green Michelin star, why not dress sustainably as well? So we defined our model, the circular model. We act on three main points: at the origin, in the process, and at the end. That's the way we work. From the origin, what do? We can now find an answer to what our work uniforms are made of. We work with waste as a raw material, polyester from recycled or PET or recycled cotton, organic. Here we see the emissions, the emission difference in terms of water consumption, CO2 emissions, and energy consumption, and then recovered material. Very often you know that there are some leftovers from the big brands, and this is going to be burnt. Well, we take that fabric and we reprocess it so avoid so much waste. But who has made these garments? Well, these garments have been in the hands of someone. For smaller or middle-sized orders, we work with social inclusion workshops, and also workshops for women. I don't know if you know some of the foundations we work with in Barcelona or in Murcia. And for larger orders, we have to go to close by countries such as Portugal and Morocco. We have to outsource the production, but we always require proper working conditions, and we also offer 10% of our profit to these small foundations because their progress is our progress and we need to work together. Again, what will happen with your clothes when their life cycle is finished, or when it's not used anymore, or when the marketing director decides to change the logo and then all the uniforms have to change? What are we going to do with all that waste? From the very onset, we eco-design our apparel, finding the best button or zip so that that piece of cloth will be easy to recycle at the end of its useful life, and well, our ability does not allow us for that, but we also collect workwear at the end of its useful life for large orders, or we provide information on how to recycle those clothes. So our model is fully circular from the start to the end, if there is a beginning and an end in a circle, and it makes a huge difference between a normal garment or something that has been made with plastic waste, with textile waste, with lower CO2 emissions, lower water and energy consumption. It has included people along the way, zero waste. It improves your employee engagement, and it also improves your reputation and your margins. So this is our motto: I was, I am, I will be. And what do? We work with this kind of garments. Here you have a sample of the clothes that we use: t-shirts, shirts, aprons, bags, tablecloths. So you can go to our website and you will see the range of garments for the restaurant world. This is a project that the Sustainable Restaurants Foundation has. We're really happy to be able to dress those restaurants that participate in their training when in these attempts to be more sustainable. And this is what circular does. It provides a higher added value to your uniforms, to your workwear, by turning sustainability into something that enhances human resources, the internal culture, marketing, communication, and it is a way to build a fairer and more sustainable future, because the way you dress expresses a lot about you, and a lot can be done for the planet and for society. And as a final cook says, I encourage you to do this, and I hope that you can contribute to having a fairer and more sustainable future thanks to the way you dress. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Muchas gracias, Luis. Súper interesante. Me quedo con esta frase, la sostenibilidad.
Thank you very much. Sustainability is clothes as well. So all these restaurants that were here today, well, you know that. And you can just check out circular.com. Joan Vallès, he's the CEO and founder of Inspira, an environmental control platform for gastronomic spaces where you can bring together anthropology and gastronomy. My name is Joan Vallès. Good afternoon. I am the founder of Inspira Healthy Spaces. This company started before COVID. Many would have not thought about that, but we started with the inspiration of how we could feel better indoors in those places where we spend over 90% of our time, at home, in the office, you name it. Many of us don't know that pollution indoors is at least 6 times bigger than outdoors. Because outdoors you can see the fog, you can smell it, and you can realize that there is a pollution. However, indoors it is at least 6 times worse. Very often they call us the silent enemy. We're breathing these things and we're breathing them all the time. And I would like to start with the Inspira concept. What happens? Well, we develop. This is a technology project. If you want to improve your indoor spaces, you need to understand what they're like. So sometimes we're looking for a solution before we understand the problem. We add air purifiers, or we try to fix things without knowing what the status quo is. So technologists come over to tell us that first of all we need to know what things are like before we can develop anything. We developed an environmental control platform. So that means we measure through sensors. All the information that we have is processed and shown to the clients, to the restaurants, for instance. And with all of that, then we improve the space, the rooms. But what happened in between? Well, COVID struck, and now that's even more important. We need to measure and to explain what our rooms are like. We need to measure CO2 to find out if a space is suitable or not, or if we can get contaminated with COVID in that area. Well, that was something that was said, but it's kind of like a half-truth, because what CO2 measures is the ability that any premises have to get some ventilation. We measure aerosols, suspension particles that allow viruses and bacteria to stay indoors in inner space and make us more, well, prone to infection. Environmental quality does not only encompass air, but also light. What kind of light, what amount of light we have in our spaces, what amount of noise we have, because noise pollution is also relevant. We were talking about that. Sometimes you're in a restaurant and there's a lot of noise, and you can't hardly talk to your table mates, and that's one type of pollution. Noise pollution, acoustic pollution is one type of pollution. So this is what inspired us. It helps us offer restaurant owners some tools to understand what the space, what their premises are like, so that they can act upon that information. We have deployed this system in several restaurants, and restaurant owners use that in real time. If one area If in one area they realize that there's too much noise, it's too cold, it's too warm, or there are suspension particles, then they can do something there in that area to improve the situation. And then something else, which is extremely important, is that it's all very nice as a concept and in the implementation, but then how can we reach out to others? How can we explain that that restaurant owner is looking after their customers? It is not a sensor or a technology project. It is a project that is aimed at people, at improving people's quality of life, putting persons at the center. We need to cater for the health of our guests and our workers, because this is, of course, applicable to those who work in our premises too. So this is what we do. We try to communicate very effectively to our guests that they can trust in those spaces. It is very important to generate trust. We are getting more and more reluctant to dine indoors. We tend to choose the terrace. We will see what happens now in winter. But I think that being able to create trust among your guests is extremely essential for the restaurant sector. Let me conclude by saying that besides what having Inspira means in our facilities, and if we link that to sustainability, when you look after your rooms, you also take care of the kind of cleaning products. We, for instance, identify if a cleaning product can be toxic for the environment. That's why we propose sustainable products to improve that point. For instance, we're also directly linked to the Sustainable Development Goals proposed by the UN, and we apply 7 of these 17 UN SDGs. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Juan. Understanding or knowledge to be able to act. That's technological anthropology. Luis Vilaseca, Selleda Can Roca, Espacio La Masía, R&D. He is in charge of the Research, Sustainability and Creativity Center. He's a creative line that leads a number of initiatives, among them Roca Recycles. For those who are not familiar with this, besides my script, which is here, maybe can you change the presentation? Thank you. No. I sent it in a different format. Well, it doesn't matter if not, I'll go without presentation. While we fix this technical issue, at the Selleda Can Roca farmhouse, we observe, assess and measure all the things we do outside the restaurant. All these projects we carry out in collaboration with universities, research centers, hospitals and so on, as well as actions with some of our partners and collaborators. We work on training, education and research. In this quest for sustainability. The Roca brothers are UN SDG ambassadors since 2017, and we have been working to achieve a more sustainable restaurants ever since. In 2017, we had an external sustainability audit to understand how much sustainable we were in all our processes and all our axes of work, including supply, of course, waste management, employee well-being, energy efficiency, to try and improve it, thanks to better washing system, better design that would lead to changes in our premises to improve the team well-being and energy efficiency and so on. This audit meant a huge change for us because First of all, being able to visualize the data, the information we had led to establishing some challenges. So every year we can do things, we can do these butterfly acts, butterfly impacts, to achieve a sustainable restaurant or a slightly more sustainable restaurant.
Proyecto. In 2015, we started with a project by looking at our waste. This was a project that was designed with a multidisciplinary team at the Celler de Can Roca, including the designers, artists, but also people in the gastronomy industry, of course, or in the engineering. I myself am a chemical engineer. And we assessed all waste stemming from the restaurant, and as we have seen, it comes as a shocking view, and indeed we are going down the drain. And we set our sights on it to rethink from a creative standpoint how we could give a second life to these waste, and so that one man's trash is another man's treasure. And we work at first with glass bottles. Ours is a cellar where, of course, the winery plays a major role, and then glass bottles play an important part, volume-wise and quality-wise. But then we looked at this amount and we tried to turn this upside down through a work by Lucia Bruni, a Barcelona designer, with whom we worked hand in hand in order to have the first workshop for glass transformation incorporated into a restaurant. The first workshop of Roca recycling. And transforming this glass bottle into design objects that can be reused. For instance, transforming not just a bottle, but glasses as well, and trays, for instance, that can be reincorporated in a circular way into our restaurant or into anyone's houses. We kept on working with a different waste by looking at the second issue, styrofoam. We are working with suppliers into trying to decrease these, because we know that first we need to avoid, but then we need to reduce. And after rejecting this styrofoam packaging, we realized that there was still a small amount where we get the fish, the sliced fish, and we had these like 4, 6, 8 boxes with fish, along with Andrea Carulla, a designer that has been over 10 years partnering with Jordi Roca and the other 2 brothers on several projects. So along with him, we researched on how we could transform this waste, which is not recyclable. And we managed to come up with a very ingenious yet simple design to produce a line of stools. Fortunately, I was not able to bring this with me, but anyway, this was an outstanding tool, turning waste into a practical, useful tool and practical object, and back into the restaurant. Also, Andreo and his team, partnering with us, we worked on void bags, on vacuum bags, sorry, and now working also on low temperature and therefore decreasing the use of vacuum bags. And yet we still have some vacuum bags, and we have tried to reuse them by transforming them into bags which can be easily used, and cases that can be easily used on a daily basis. We also work with other waste, PET bottles, PET bottles, and these PET bottles are now transformed into the uniforms and the outfits of people, both waiters and kitchen staff. And we are doing this working with ingenuity, because we, by means of observing, want to bring about these transformations, knowing that these are not the solution. We know that this is just a drop in the ocean, that has the possibility to be communicated. We know Can Roca's ability to reach out to many people because of their guests, because of their customers as well, and we hope that these small steps that we are undertaking, that we are doing for ourselves, because at the end of the day, the restaurant industry is a network of people, including the chain, but also the guests, and we have heard about this during the day on the need to bring in the customer in this circular approach. So these actions that we are undertaking, and it's also funny to look at waste in under a different lens, and it's not just something we do in our restaurant, we do it in our own households, and people in the Cellers community, sometimes they may just jump in and say, what can I do about this? So it's about a shift in the mindset and to be creative and to think out of the box in the way we need to change things to make them more circular and less linear. Thank you very much, Luis. Design, art, technology, and gastronomy, all of them brought together into a single purpose, which is improving. Now, Ignacio de Juan Cresh, who is a consultant on innovation and sustainability and creativity, on business innovation, turning challenges into opportunities. Food design, food tech, social food, a list of things. Nacho, you have the floor. First of all, I feel overwhelmed being here along with you because I really love your work, and really, when I just arrived, I felt in blank. I've had a cold, so I was like suffocating myself into data, really. So it's a really tricky situation. How are we to turn things upside down? We, at our institute, the PLAT, which is an institute on research on food design and food tech, and we try to understand the present situation by looking at the future and to try and envision how things will become by 2050, so to see what might be the cross-cutting issues at hand. We are very much looking into the food industry, and we look into food waste, but we are also interested into the citizens' imagery, how we can have an impact on that, and how instead of turning into stories such as Armageddons or tsunamis that are to kill us all, how are we transform these, or maybe to inspire or to bring into the social imagery? And this is something that has an impact on the way we perceive our reality. We are now seeing the realization of the metaverse, and this is becoming more and more common, the merging of the digital and the offline world, where it would seem like you would be in a video game and you will get a delivery from a food store, which might seem like sci-fi these days, but it will probably be here tomorrow. We call ourselves Platt Institute of Augmented Gastronomy because of this focus on the storytelling, on the narrative, and on the different dimensions that we believe will be very important on the new products to be developed, and that will try and provide answers to the questions posed by the society. And as an institute, we look from the complex idea onto the real parts. We work on disruptive innovation. We try to do difficult, almost impossible things and turning them into real. And so we work in our research lines with some methodologies. Within these research lines, I would like to stress circularity, eco-design, because we try and understand what are the issues faced by the hospitality industry, the restaurants, and along with thought and thinking trying to see things but not curbed by the present day technology, because present day technology would let us to think that we can only do what we are now able to do. And so I think that there is a big opportunity, not just in the present times, but in the near future. And so this narrative that we're after enables us to look into notions that look like anchors in a conceptual space, but that eventually turn into scientific research lines. And I work in a sci-fi food lab. I'm a researcher. If I'm to draw an analogy, a parallel with the automotive industry, I would work on fictional design for highly dynamic cars, and I would inspire myself on comic books as a source of inspiration to bring real products. And this is what we do for the food industry. We try to understand what are their issues, and we implement the design fiction to look into research lines that eventually may end up in an MVP, something that's validated through patenting and licensing. On research, we work along with the education. Is something that we like to share, and therefore we like to work along with tech centers, universities and research centers by exploring the future. We work for industry companies to try to feed onto our research lines, and on education, rather than educating, because we don't believe we have the ability for doing so, but we have the ability to research. That is, we scan the knowledge. We work on knowledge experiences by exploring and scanning data. This is what we look into, and eventually having matrices looking at likely scenarios and challenges for the industry, understanding how to transform a company such as Philip Morris, a cigarette and distributor and retail, how they can be turned into, let's say, smoking health, for instance, how they to become pharmaceutical industry, which might seem impossible. But now, would you picture the power behind Philip Morris into trying to alleviate asthma? So this takes us to what we call sustainability auditing, because we are interested into seeing what's the perception of waste by the present civilization. And we work along with Borges, for instance, on analyzing how legislation these days is imposing single-dose oil, and these single doses, which are PET, and it's really difficult because like on 150 single doses of oil, you have like 100,000 liters, and you could escalate this to many more products. So by looking at things, you realize that there is a major opportunity behind. And sustainability, auditing this circularity, is like showing that the citizenship has the power to transform through alchemy something that apparently is meaningless into something that's meaningful for a different market. And these are all molecules, and molecules in several markets have different values. So these sustainability analyses are also linked to consumers analysis. Why do we have things designed this way? Why do we have like this light dazzling me? I mean, I'm here, and I'm sorry to you tech guys, but really, it's really annoying to have this type of a light on your face in this type of event. But why is it so? So how come that you face a situation? Light has such an impact on us, or pollution, be it thermal pollution, light pollution. We are all in this planet. We are all but one, and it is tremendous what you are under when you decide to do some things. I'm sorry for that excursion. There, I manage, even though I work at the tech center. The truth is that my relationship with technology is a bit awkward. At the end of the day, the interaction is quite interesting. Funny, if I may say. Well, what we do as a research center, we're also researching on creativity. We work with scientists and we try to inspire them, but also when looking at a creative idea such as smoking health, what might be the impact to make these into something interesting? Or is it home device that's aromatherapy, or is it just something that could help you into your medication? It's like you could inhale, let's say, a drug. Well, all these packagings, and this is just amazing. We have these brutal capabilities where you can browse through the world's information in a device that's held in your hand. And when you connect this to the product, you could listen to the soundtrack on how this river sprang. And you can see several layers of beauty in a product through technology as a tool, which leads us into designing spaces and experiences. We are also working on dissemination. We design conferences such as Future, as an innovation summit on this topic on the 26th and 27th. By the way, you're all invited. And we're also interested into generating knowledge to be disseminated so that this works as a way for interacting amongst several disciplines and we can experience things. And we disseminate this through several events and activities, but always looking from a solution and a problem in very controlled steps so that we can have the solution in a format that may have a business plan and can have access to funding. Our institute is based on planet and human-centered design, and we are trying to bring our partners, our collaborators into networking so that they feel the state of the art in the way we think about things and the nuances that we can provide when deciphering what we have in front. We are but a small bunch of people, 7 people. The financial guy is missing from the picture. And then some examples of what we do. We are a platform. We are there to connect people, to connect the projects, any type of educational projects, for instance, stemming from the academia that come to us and asking us to be linked to the industry, because we want to be a bridge between disruptive startups, the academia, the investors, and we try to be the bridge among them. And we work for private companies, and we are a bit of bastards ourselves, excuse my French, but we try to bring this into R&D. We don't want just companies to have storytelling about what? We try to have from storytelling to story doing, and then from that into history writing. Now, can you imagine the marketing budget that these companies have if that was really put into true change and innovation? An example, Granini here. How many oranges are squeezed for juice, for an orange juice? The problem is that we still are faced with plastic and its magic capabilities, in that, like, we have reached that point because of something in our industry. But imagine the first juice that would be bottled in its own peel. Now, could it be done? It can be done, but here we have the citrus industry. Maybe we can work with these polymers, with the lemon trees, so that in 4 years, and with the support of whoever's to be, to have that into our industrial setting. And this is what motivates us, and this is why we are working along with these companies and with these challenges. On the consumption experience, having like a solid coffee, or an air coffee, or smoking a coffee, or having a coffee with several shapes is something of interest of us, just like spirit liqueurs. and, for instance, decreasing the amount of alcohol on 80% creativity and 20% product. So we design like these edible cocktails, and we design on experiences, trying to bring these experiences into different formats. We have Eloise with us, and well, for long we've been working on could we have a flying bumble, and we explore the possibility to design these that could be used for different gastronomic applications. And precisely this is one of our most recent projects where we are working for the hospitality industry on the design of an open source device with a zero waste kitchen, inspired by the people that we look at, our superheroes, our idols, people we like to see the world through their eyes. And so we try to have this device, these mechanics, where organic waste is becoming energy, and or it may become bowels with functional design, and with a sort of a library where you have the resources to transform what you have and to give it a final use. We believe that trash, our trash in the city, could be our own merchandising. We could have a merchandising of things we have here at hand and what we have in the city. We have something that's invisible and that's magic, like love, which is the creativity originating in the city. It's something invisible, unseen, coming to us, and then we can tap into. And this is an intangible asset that we could best use and that we could work on with more ambitious plans, knowing what we want to be as a citizen in 2050. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Nacho.
Thank you very much, Nacho. Nacho, his mind knows no boundaries. As he rightly pointed out, his only boundaries are present-day technology. Well, maybe in 2050.
Eloise, I have been told that the keynote has been turned into a PDF and we can now show the products by Roca Recicla. I've seen them, I love them. I sat down on those stools. I want to take one home, so in any case, why don't you show them? I'm sure our audience will be grateful. Thank you very much. I'll be really quick so that I can leave more room for the rest of my co-speakers. I'll show you my little home, the sustainability audit that I mentioned earlier dealt with all the different topics. When you look at what sustainability is, let's talk about these products which are designed. These are the Roca Recicla glasses, these different design parts which can also be a source of creativity. Each material is a different type of material. This is a dessert from Jordi Roca, which is inspired by the leaf of a cut glass bottle and the fruits from the farm. Other products that can be sold so that the product is sustainable in itself. These projects need to be sustainable. They need to survive and thrive. To add more people onto it, we have added one person who was at risk, an underprivileged person. We are working with the Astrid Foundation to give jobs to people with disability. This is a stool. I hope I hope Anna will have at home one day, and I hope you do too. It's the winner of several design awards, and these are the aprons. These are used aprons that you can use at home, plus some bags. And let me now add that we've also tried, we are packaging our chocolate with the peel of the chocolate. It's a paper done with the shells of chocolate beans. is from bean to bar. So the chocolate bean is turned into the packaging, and I hope, Nacho, you once will be able to work on the smokes. And these are the aprons and the chef jackets that my team is always wearing, because, and then the team, of course, because this is a result of teamwork. Thank you. Let's now connect with Italy, right? Hello. I don't speak Italian. My apologies. Franco Fassio. Franco Fassio,
Afternoon.
systemic food designer.
Ah, castellano. Ah, vale, ¿qué ha dicho? Que empiece. Ah, good afternoon. Yeah, sorry. Okay, Franco Fassio, systemic food designer at University of Gastronomic Science of Pollenzo. Is that right?
Right, yes.
Yeah, cool. Perfect. So you are author of several scientific studies, including books, and you work as an associated professor at the at Pollenzo, Italia. Welcome. Are you going to talk about? Are you going to present us what food design is?
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to this prestigious event. It's an honor for me to be here with you today, even if only online. But anyway, as stated by Hannah, I am systemic food designer and an associate professor of systemic design, eco-design, and circular economy for food at the University of Gastronomic Science of Pollenzo in Italy. And today, I will briefly talk to you about some example of circular economy for food that I personally developed. I proceed to upload the presentation and share it with you. I try. Okay, do you see it? Yes? Okay. Let's go. In few words, my research and teaching are focused on the development of an holistic project vision applied to gastronomy. In other words, in interrelated methodology, joining economic, social, and cultural and environmental demands to structure the relationship between human beings and nature. Taking care of relationship and design of new is, in my opinion, the best issue of the future and the core business also of the circular economy for food. In fact, if I ever had to summarize in one sentence what I could understand by working on numerous researchers and experimenting with their applicability with different institutions and companies, I would say we are all one system, an organic whole, characterized by network nested within network, in which not so much the actor of the system, but what they exchange is decisive. Our planet, in this way, it's a dynamic system composed of matter, energy, information, and characterized by stock, flow, and feedback loops. A system in which the equilibrium between the parts is more than the sum of the single elements. For this reason, thinking system can help us to make our intuition evolve on the whole system, to sharpen our ability to understand the parts, to see the interconnection, to be creative, and also, I think, courageous about redesign the system. In this context, the similarities between human beings and nature are in practice, in my opinion, physically, aesthetically, energetically, in the context in which we live, patterns, models, and dynamics are repeated. However, there is something that differentiates us. As mankind, we tend to constantly break down the complexity that surrounds us in linear logical thought. And these photos shows us that in nature, there are ecological schema repeated in everything, and apparently also in humankind. But in the last 2 centuries, especially the Western world has erected the linear, analytical, and rational logic typical of the left hemisphere of the brain, with the unique instrument of knowledge and evaluation, almost totally losing contact with the intuition, the analogy, interrelations, and all the other capability of the right hemisphere. In this way, specialization has taken precedence over the overall vision, productivity over quality of life, and performance over health and wellness. It is because of this linear way of thinking that environmental and social degradation can emerge and become evident system errors, as say Carlo Petrini, the president of the International Association of Slow Food and of my university, in the preface to the Italian edition of the book Thinking System by Donella Mido. Unfortunately, we are rapidly converging toward the promotion of a standardized economy, naturally and culturally. And it seems even more evident that we work to feed the economy itself rather than to respond to the real primary needs of humanity. Anyway, without going into detail in the unsustainability of the food system, it is now obvious that we need to change the economic cultural paradigm. And I would like to say that the first guideline to follow is that we must avoid compromising relation with the best raw material supplier known to mankind. That is obviously the nature. Without any doubt, the current geopolitical challenge of the food system is therefore to revolutionize the productive model, starting from a correct management of the natural capital, to which cultural and economic capital are connected, respecting the planetary limits, and at the same time offering a fair space to the civil society. There is an extreme need to move from a linear economy that apparently creates abundance, but I said that in my book, serves you in a fragile dish, to a circular and regenerative economy, which dialogues and co-evolve with nature. On the other hand, it should not be something so difficult to understand and to implement as it is. In fact, circularity belongs to the man and to the context in which he lives. The mankind is an open system with circular dynamics inside and outside. For example, something that starts when we eat something. In fact, food is a medium through which the circular process of metabolization of matter in the human body begins and its consequential transformation into energy for life. A thought that pushed the German philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach to affirm in the second half of the 19th century that we are what we eat. This last point and many other points previously mentioned by me are found in my last book written together with Nadia Tecco, Circular Economy for Food. It is a book that has represented at the world level the first education publication on the focus of the circular economy applied to food. A scientific reflection written between 2016 and 2018 that allowed us to develop the theoretical side of the circular economy for food, and that it was helpful to understand how the economic paradigm was evolving in the food system. In fact, using the metric provided by the model called the wedding cake, which was developed by Rockström and Saktev of the Stockholm Resilience Center, a model that shows us how food is an actor in relation to all the 70 Sustainable Development Goals. We have calculated how the surveyed case history do make an impact on the 70 SDGs. What emerged is a picture in which it is evident that even if many companies currently are working on circular economy for food, they pay little attention to the safeguarding of the base of the cake, that is the dimension of biosphere, which contains and supports the social and economic plan. The conclusion is therefore that the new economic paradigm risks becoming a model that favors a manipulative approach to waste, a situation that could paradoxically lead to an acceleration of planet obsolescence. Well, to avoid this negative possibility, since 2018, as a university, we have been working to better define the cultural framework in which, in our opinion, the circular economy for food should evolve. and that it can be summarized in the 3C for the circular economy for food by UNSCG, which are the C of capital, cyclicality, and coevolution. In few words, preserving and regenerating a natural capital to which the cultural and economic capital is associated is the starting point for an ecological transition in a circular economy. Cyclicality instead represents the working methods that encompasses three fundamental concepts: extension of product life and producer responsibility, metabolization of any surplus, and finally, use of renewable resources and energy. Finally, the C of coevolution indicates the set of priorities and conditions that a design must have in order to be considered circular. For example, the adherence to a collaborative and systemic paradigm which, through the application of a win-win solution, win-win logic, or in other words, a mutualistic symbiosis generates an advantageous solution for everyone, including the environment. Obviously, it is scientific articles. In the scientific articles quoted in this slide, you can find more details on this cultural framework for circular economy for food. But in today's presentation, I prefer to quickly show you some application of the same project on which I have the opportunity to work directly to demonstrate the effectiveness of the 3C. For example, in this slide, the concept of cyclicality was used to explain how it's possible to enhance each part of an edible product. In this, in the case history that I show you in this slide, we work on the pumpkin, a product that in all its part, through long and short cycle of valorization of any surplus, can be used 100%, generating no waste. As a university, we are writing the guideline of circular cuisine to better define in practice what it means to apply circularity in the kitchen. The same reasoning on cyclicality can be used to develop a circular menu. And this is what we do every day in the University Canteen of Gastronomic Science called Tavola Accademica, where we also work a lot on selecting suppliers who adopt strategies to regenerate natural and cultural capital. Instead, with the Life Foster project, on the other hand, which is a life research financed by European Commission, Italian, Spanish, French, and Maltese realities engaged in the training of trainers and professionals in the restaurant industry. We have developed a training course for raise awareness about food waste as a major problem in the restaurant industry, and the possibility of preserving and reducing it through the application of more circular practice. Among the initiative developed, there is the design of a web application called Food Waste Flow Balance, which tracks the flow of raw materials and food entering in a restaurant or canteen, and the average waste associated with the end of the service. Furthermore, the web application, once the data has been entered, give you information about the quantity of waste, on the environmental impact generated by waste, with a focus on water and energy, and obviously on its economic value. Thanks to the LIFE project and the LIFE Foster activities, we obtain a reduction of 5% in the amount of waste created in 15 training centers who participated in the monitoring using the web application. This allowed an average saving of 3% from an economic point of view. This is a research that we do fall into the context of coevolution, because it is important to remember that a sustainable economy can be only acknowledged economy. Therefore, acquiring information in the kitchen quickly is certainly a relevant aspect to raise awareness. Recently, in collaboration instead with Bibendum, an important Italian catering company, and Novamont, a European leader in the production of bioplastic, we have created during the international event called Ecomondo, an innovative circular economy and food catering service, in which the menu was entirely designed to be circular. in which the attention to natural and cultural biodiversity was central, and the choice of raw material and supplies was made on the basis of those who shared the same values for the circular transition. Another research of which I'm very proud is the one entitled Fusilli, Fostering the Urban Food System Transformation Through Innovative Living Labs. An Horizon 2020 innovation action financed by the European Commission, which sees the participation of 12 European cities, including Turin, Rome, Oslo, San Sebastian, Athens, and many others, for the development of living labs that promote circularity in the urban context. In particular, the University of Gastronomy Science, in collaboration with the city of Turin and numerous companies, are developing 2 new concepts of circular bar and restaurant, designing innovative circular business model to reduce, obviously, food waste. On the other hand, with the city of Turin, we had already developed an important project that saw the application of a circular business model to the Porta Palazzo market, the largest outdoor European market. Since November 2019, through asylum seekers volunteers, every day food surplus are recovered from the market stall. And in this way, food is collected, stocked in a stall granted free of charge by the municipality, and redistributed by filling fruit and vegetable crates in order to satisfy the demands of the family of 3 persons for today, considering the quantity and the nutritional needs. So starting with a widespread campaign of communication on the importance of gaining awareness on food waste, in 2018, the project won a special mention in the International Prize Milan Pact Awards section as example of circular markets. Finally, I could tell you about numerous other circular economy for food projects that I have developed, but I want to conclude by telling you about the last project arrived and the first developed. The last project to arrive is another Horizon 2020 called the School Food for Change, presented in area testing and demonstrating systemic innovation is a part of Farm to Fork strategy. The financed project concerned nutrition in schools, and in particular, about 3,000 schools will be involved for a total of 600,000 children in 12 member states of the European Union. Since it is foreseen the involvement of the students' families, the project will have an impact on about 2 million European citizens. But we plan to increase it because many cities have joined the project. In fact, 14 between cities and regions are involved, including the main European cities that over time have distinguished themselves for the food policies implemented. For example, Milan, Lyon, Vienna, Budapest, Copenhagen, and to mention the Spanish one, Alcalá, the Hernanes, Catalonia, and Valencia. Finally, I conclude by saying that the project has obtained the most important budget in history allocated by the European Commission with a focus on school catering. We will talk about circularity within school canteens, and this allows me to introduce you the latest case history, the Systemic Food Design website. That is an interactive tools for education purpose and a supportive tools to help the end consumers to understand the complexity of food production throughout the supply chain, considering both the raw materials and the packaging, primary, secondary, and tertiary packaging. Well, putting ourselves in the shoes of a food industry business person, the website allows us to understand the main cause and effect connection that can be difficult to see. In May 2017, in Barcelona, the website won the European Award for the European Week for Waste Reduction as the best tool for education in the circular economy in the food system. Currently, around 52,000 people have played at becoming a circular entrepreneur in the food system. Well, thank you very much for the attention. I would like to conclude with this phrase. we are all one system, but as you have understood, I think the greatest goal that, in my opinion, humanity must set itself is to learn to dream as a single system. Thank you again.
To see you next time here. Last but not least, vuelvo al español.
And now, Mariana, I'd like to share this discussion with Sonia Masari. We'll be talking about deep food design. Mariana, like an expert on graphic design, an expert on packaging and food design. She's an expert in the content creation and team management, design professor, food design, and project degrees. And Sefa Masari, expert on sustainability and design. She has worked on agri-food design, education for food sustainability. They are both co-founders of Fork Organization.
Hola. Lo podéis hacer en español porque ahora estoy trabajando con Mariana, entonces he aprendido
Spanish because since I'm working
Spanish
with
very, very fast.
Mariana, I've learned Spanish quite fast.
But I'm going to speak in English, which is better and easier for me. First of all, let me thank you for this invitation. I heard unfortunately only the last contribution, but I just want to be provocative at the end in a way, and maybe going back to the theories and say that we are living in a very special moment now. We are living and we are understanding this because of the COP26 that is Glasgow nowadays, and practically where everybody is talking about climate change, still a big component dedicated to the food system, it is not included. And still there is a big gap on knowledge in terms of the relationship between what are our food choice, and what are the impact and the consequences we can get on the planet as well on the climate change. Secondly, we're coming out from a very intense moment, which is the pandemic moment. And during the emergency, as a designer, we are trained to say and to do that we don't design. We don't design anything, but we can study a lot. We can study the people in their own context, in their own scenario, and we can understand what kind of values are really valuable for the people. As you maybe many of you know, the people during the lockdowns and the pandemic area did waste less than any other age before. And practically this doesn't mean that we have to live in the lockdown scenario, but instead we can study what kind of behaviors and values were like in a way drive the people to act differently. And this is very important when we talk about circularity, because if we analyze the data, and there are many data from all around the world about food waste and action and behaviors during the lockdowns, we understand that people understood how to cook, how to preserve, how to conserve, how to get a value to their food, and practically also how to make a shopping list, which seems to be very easy to do, but instead was part of the learning process that was reactivated during the pandemic area. Another key point about this age we're living is the cost of this transition we are all living. The cost of the transition means that definitely we need to have to invest on solutions that can provide us a potential transformation, not only on the way how we eat, but practically on the way how we transform our food and the way how we activate the entire food supply chain that we have in all our global and local scenarios. Fourth, something that I think Franco mentioned many times, and I believe is really important, it's the fact that we need measurement. We are trying to experiment many ideas and concepts and products, and of course we are designing new solutions, but without an effective measurement and assessment on what we do, it's quite hard to understand if we're going on the right direction and if we're really driving the system on what we really need. And this measurement has to be also qualitative to understand how this kind of instruments, apps, services that we are designing are impacting concretely and creating long-term consequences in our territory and the context in where we live. Most important things, I believe, when we talk about circularities, I'm not going to share slides and stuff because I know you have little time. So I just want to concentrate and focusing on main topic that then Mariana will go through. But the point is that circularity, first of being the medium, the techniques or the technology, it's actually the object and the medium at the same time. So practically it's a mindset. And we're still far away from getting this mindset applying in all of the sector of the food system. We are still experimenting, but we still need to work a lot on education of the consumption and the consumers first. And after that, I believe in a systemic way, it's important to train and educate the entire actors that are involved in the food system. And design, here we are. The design is the magical tool and the magical powerful tool that we can use to train and to educate people about circularity, because design doesn't need instruction, doesn't need so much, I would like to say, hard science data in terms of numbers, but instead all the numbers are then translated in concrete and tangible action that make the difference and make the life of potential sustainable natives quite easier than instead to be difficult. This kind of system that I'm describing is exactly a circular educational model. So the circularity I mentioned before as a goal has to be part of the intercircular educational model in which the design is a very powerful tool. In this idea of getting this circular educational model, what we are trying to do in all of our country is to create objectives, product, service that are regenerating the system, but in a way are regenerate what is around them. The design is not actually the node of the networks that we are creating based on circularity, but design has to be the network. So the design is not just like the single practice we have around, but instead we need to use the design to connect all of those very important practice that we have already all around. And this is the kind of premise I want to use it to say that one day 5 people met online during the lockdown and understood that there was so much ignorance in the food sector about what was design. Still in 2020, in 2021, we are here trying to get a kind of advocacy in the food sector for convincing people and contaminating them in a positive way about what it can be the powerful tool of design and how design can really help to redesign and to rethink the food system, to get this kind of ideal system that I saw in Franco's presentation very well explained. Because what Franco presented are tangible tools that can really impact and can really change the people thinking, but also the people acting, which is the most important things. So 5 people during the 2021, they met and they say what we can do. And we decided to create a no-profit organization called FORK. And FORK means Food Design for Opportunities, Research and Knowledge. And I will leave the stage in a few minutes to Mariana, who will tell you what is FORK about. But I just wanted to give you the proof and a measurement that we did. Because on the 16th of October, which was the day, the International Food Day, we decided to launch the International Food Design Day to really, in a way, be provocative and say, what can we really do in the food system to change the food system, and what the designer, the innovators, the change difference. So this experiment was more than we expect. We did have 20 hours of marathon. Every 50 minutes, we had people from all around the world, starting from Tasmania, going to South America, presenting their project, but not theoretically. That was the only request we asked everybody. Please come with something tangible, with something that it's proving the fact that with your innovation, you can make the change. And most of those were based on circularity, were based on circular economy, were based on new approach and rethinking and how we can rethink the food system. And many of those were also locally situated and were proposing not problems, but opportunities that they found in their own territory because they could find resources that could be in a way retransformed and reproposed in the system as new products or as well food for people who need it. So with this premise and this actually proof of the fact that there is still a need of connecting the world of the design and the world of the food system. I'm not talking only about restaurants and restoration, but I believe all the layers of the food chain need to be involved in this process of changing mindset and understanding what we can do with the design. I'm going to leave the stage to Mariana, who will tell you what is the purpose of Fork and how we really want Fork become a powerful tool for all of you and to connect all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. I will conclude my presentation in a minute and a half because we know we don't have that much time. Fork was born out of the attempt to create partnerships among several projects taking place globally, food design, on small restaurants, on people that are trying to make a difference and that may not have the possibility to realize that, unlike other parts or other companies, and then institutions that may have some funds and do not know where to invest it, but they have a will to provide a solution, and yet they do not know who they could resort to. So it was 5 of us meeting online. So the pandemic has brought some good things on that regard. So 5 practitioners in different areas. You have already met Sonia. I work on design and art management. I'm responsible of food design in Elizada School, the design school that you may know, where we create partnership in the world of gastronomy. We created Fork to bring about partnerships among the design world, gastronomy, the business world, and the academia. We all work to bring about a major change in the food industry, and we need to be brought together. Fork was born out of this need and with the attempt at being a platform that's transparent, and we have put our time and effort into creating this platform so that you all can participate, that you all can join in with your projects so that we can find systemic solutions, because food requires this type of platforms. It's also designed that requires this type of a platform in order to develop its own projects. And again, to speed up, knowing that we've run out of time, we want to democratize, we want to be accessible, we want to engage communities, and this will be a community that you will all have access to, and these are our data. And for that, we have organized the World Food Design Day on October the 16th, where many of the people here joined, but I would ask you to join the next event, also in Lisbon, on the Food Design Conference, where we will be talking about food studies and food design. That's on the 28th to 30th of April in 2022. And then the Food Awards that will be launched that day and that will be announced on the Food Design Day. Here you have our contact data. We need you, we need us all to bring about this change. Thank you very much for inviting us. I'm sorry if I sped up, but you can find all the information online. Thank you all.
Pues muchas gracias, Mariana, muchas gracias, Sonia. El diseño como unión.
Thank you very much, Mariana and Sonia. I'm really sorry I didn't introduce myself. I am Ana Achon from Barcelona Design Center. I'm in charge of the food and design area, and I hope that you have enjoyed this panel discussion and that you have enjoyed listening to all these excellent speakers. Thank you.
Vamos a ir acabando, ¿qué os parece?
I think it's time to bring this to a close. I'm really sorry because it's been so long. Later I will look into all of this. I think that it's a really cool project. So let's, as I said, bring this to a close. I would like to thank you for having been here. I would like to thank you for your time, for your ideas, for believing in this project. And I would like to give the floor now to Montserrat Ballarín. She's a councillor at the Barcelona City Council. She's in charge of trade, markets, consumption, internal regime, and taxes at the City Council of Barcelona. She will give us a few hints about what this conference has meant for them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in the closing of the first conference on circular economy and restaurants. And I would like to start by thanking you all for your participation in these sessions, because I know that you have been 150, 180 people between those who were physically here and those who were connected online. And it is a huge success for this project. When we were talking about symposia, we didn't know when this, where this would end, and now we have come to this international conference with all these attendees. This would not be possible without the people behind the scenes, and Sergio Gil and Mario Canguizal, who have always discreetly been with us from this back office role, always discreet and in the shade, but they are really the souls that made this tiny little wonder possible. So I think we've seen that. We are currently at a meeting place where we have socialized knowledge, research, innovation, and we've seen them at the service of excellence in restaurants. And I don't know if I should say excellence or sustainability, because both concepts go hand in hand. We want things to work really well because we want sustainability in the sector, and we want to emphasize this very dearly. You emphasize something that that is very important for you: excellence related to people, excellence and people, how to work with people, how to achieve people's involvement through sustainability, and this is a way of reaching excellence as well. My role is to draw a few conclusions, to read the conclusions, the preliminary conclusions, as Sergi said. I didn't write them, so these are your own conclusions actually in a way. But before I read these 5 items, these 5 brief conclusions, I would like to make a few comments about what it means for us, for the city of Barcelona, to participate and to be able to promote projects such as this one, and to feed them, because they have a lot to, these kind of projects have a lot to do with what we want to be as a city. We have inherited a productive process which is basically lineal. It receives and it produces plenty of the resources. Many of the resources are underused, and the linear economy, based in taking resources, manufacturing, using, and then rejecting resources, is something that is not sustainable present anymore. So we need to do whatever we can to start transitioning towards a new consumption and production model. Along those lines, we are aligned with the circular economy because it offers a viable business alternative, and we believe that this path needs to be really well explored. We need to look into the circular economy, and we need to promote the circular economy. We know that at the moment, waste, water, energy, air quality, and public space management are already taking on many principles from the circular economy. But we want to take yet one more step, a very relevant step to enhance this project. So we want to get some strategic sectors for us, such as the restaurant sector, which is essential in our city. It accounts for almost 8% of our city's GDP. We want this sector, this industry, to be involved and to lead the way towards the circular economy and towards a sustainable economy. But city councils or local governments are not enough to carry this transition forward. But we also have a relevant role in the transition. Local governments can contribute to lead this transition towards the circular economy, because in the end, when we talk about circular economy, we're also talking about production and consumption mechanisms, which are, zero mile proximity led, and we can include those criteria. We at the City Council of Barcelona are working on food policies. We are the capital of sustainable food, and we wanted to discuss all these topics, and I think that this context is an excellent opportunity to try and take a quantum leap in sustainability and circular economy. We believe this year, in 2021, the fact that we are the capital of sustainable food can be a qualitative change in our quest for sustainability. And we know this congress is aligned in this, goes along these lines. There are many proposals to work in achieving the future we want to see. We want a future of sustainability, where sustainability is part and parcel of anything that is done in the world of restaurants and catering. So that's all I wanted to say. What you are doing is really very consistent, and for us this is like a lighthouse that will help us move forward in this quest for sustainability. So I would like to thank you very sincerely for having actively participated in the conference, for having offered your ideas, your initiatives, for having shared this vision for the future, a vision you had a while ago, and which was really necessary. It was necessary to put that into practice and to bring it forward. So let me again express the commitment of the City Council to continue helping you, helping each other, because here it's a win-win exercise. We all help each other. So let me encourage you to continue with this initiative, and let's hope we will have a second international congress on circular economy and restaurants. I don't know if that should be next year or whenever it takes, but let's hope, let's move forward in this line of international congresses. And let me conclude by reading the preliminary conclusions of this first Congress of Circular Economy and Restaurants. 5 relatively brief conclusions, but they are very dense, very interesting, and loaded with future. And here are the conclusions, and I read. First, The pilot project for circular economy promoted by the metropolitan area of Barcelona and the Barcelona City Council is a direct connection between restaurant owners and the concept of circular economy. Sustainability evolves, and we can now establish a set of scientific criteria that will distinguish a sustainable restaurant from one that is not. Conclusion number 2 says that advancements and progress in processes needs to go hand in hand with advances in people, not only technical advances but also people advances. That means training, improvement in working conditions, and so on as key parts of the project. Third, international contributions we have heard today help us see where we stand, and they emphasize the contribution of Barcelona, and they also bring in new ideas that help us grow by sharing experiences and know-how. Fourth, the academic panel discussion drew a map of education and training on sustainability across the main centers in the country, and it showed the commitment with quality and the willingness to include professionals in the sector, professionals that would advocate for sustainable restaurants. Training needs to emphasize skills, and sustainability needs to be one of the skills it teaches. And the fifth and final conclusion is it is obvious that the importance of the circular economy is clearly seen in planning all the different stages of work in a restaurant. Sustainability needs to be attentive to a responsible management of resources. It is a collective commitment. Sustainability is always a solution, and it is never a problem. And with this, we would like to conclude this Congress by thanking you all for your contributions, and we look forward to seeing you again for the second Congress. Thank you very much. Microphone, please. The microphone is off. I think so. I think that this is a very promising path, full of hope and innovation that will help us share things for the betterment of us all. Thank you very much.